No way.
He reached out to me, got my number from Greg Gutfeld, I believe. And he reached out to me after I had been on and did a thing breaking down the war in Ukraine. And he goes, dude, I think this is the best concise breakdown of the war in Ukraine ever. And then we just started texting regularly. And he never had me on the Fox News show, but as soon as he was off, he wanted to talk. But again, if you go back and look at the Tucker thing, at least back then, like, because this was earlier in the conflict, whatever you want to call it, I was the one who was bringing it up constantly. Like, he was dancing a little bit. Like, I think he was still at the thing like, I don't know if I want to go this close to the sun on this one. Whereas I was like, no, we are driving right to the sun, and that's where we're going. Candace, I mean, like, again, we're getting into like what's in people's heads. She had me on Daily Wire, which, listen, whatever beef I will never stop being grateful to Candace Owens for just having me on at the Daily Wire. I just know that made Ben Shapiro so furious, and I love that so much. I think she did that partially for that reason. But she also, at least what she said was she loved my Ukraine breakdown and wanted to talk more about that. And I think also part of that was, and I'm pretty sure this is right, but I just think she was hearing a lot of this stuff for the first time from me. Like, she had just broken with Israel, and I think she had Norman Finkelstein on, but he had broken down like, the conflict with the Palestinians and the UN resolutions and stuff like that. But I was the one telling her about the clean break strategy and all this. And it was like new information to her, I believe. And so she was into that. And as far as like the other shows, Tim Pool, all the, like, I don't actually think it's correct that I was being brought on because I was Jewish. These were all relationships I had. I think I just wouldn't shut up about this issue. And honest, I don't think Tim Pool's trying to bring me on to talk about this, although not that he wouldn't.
Right.
But also, I would just say personally, which is, again, not the most important thing, but I understand you saying there's a lot of people that closed the door on you, but I'm not that guy. I'm the guy who had you on right after you got kicked off YouTube. And right. I also think like anyway, that was certainly not what I was going to do. Now, as far as the other stuff, which is a more interesting, broader conversation, I guess the counter to this would be that, as we were saying before with the racial racial hatred and things like that, it's like the other way to look at it is that, yes, I am criticizing Israel, I am criticizing the Israeli lobby, and I am criticizing the most, what I see as the most relevant faction of that, which was the neoconservatives. And I'm also very critical of the people supporting what Israel's doing. But you are correct in the sense that I'm not saying it's the Jews, which does certainly seem to be, racialism is like catnip, man. Like, it's like you saw it during wokeism and you see it during this iteration. I mean, people love going into that. But if I'm being completely honest, like, I don't think that's healthy for society. I don't wish to cross that line. And let me say it like this, because I apologize if I'm rambling long.
No.
I'll let you speak uninterrupted.
I talk long too, so
yeah,
absolutely.
we're both long-winded. But so, all right. So Alex Jones, mutual friend of ours, you might be more friendly with him. I did a show once. He was very good to me, which I appreciated. And I don't bring this up to bash Alex Jones at all. I'm just making a point. I keep saying that, but I'm bashing people. Anyway, whatever. But I guess I kind of am. But so Alex Jones, as you know well, had 100,000 conspiracies. I mean, so many of them didn't come true. He gets a lot of credit for it, and some of them did. So to his credit, like, some of them did. But I mean, he had theories that were, like, he was telling people that they were going to depopulate the earth for a while. He said it was all about one world government. He said it was all about even as far as him pointing at, like, which he would constantly point at the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, and you were like, that's not even where the action is anymore, dude. Like, he totally missed the clean break and was was over here chasing all this other stuff that had nothing. And like, whatever, people get things wrong, it's fine. Now, they used Sandy Hook as the excuse to silence him, right? It was years after the Sandy Hook thing. He had a million conspiracies. But why did they use that one? Why did that one resonate with people? Well, the reason why they used that one, and the reason why even people who like Alex Jones may have like a little bit of a disgust impulse when they hear about that, is because that one was unique to all his other conspiracies. Because every other conspiracy, the bad guys were the ATF. The bad guys were the feds. The bad guys were, if you blame the ATF for something and you turn out to be wrong, like, whatever, they deserve it anyway. It doesn't really matter, right?
Right.
But in this case, the target was people. It was just regular people, and regular people who had just lost their little children. It's like, geez, you can't miss on that one. And so I do think one of the things that concerns me with what you're doing, and I guess concerns me with the fact that I think you're winning in a lot of ways. And I don't, but I do worry about this disaster there, is that I do think so much of the energy you're harnessing does get pointed at just regular people. Like until the Jordan Peterson clip, when I first started realizing we were going to have to do this, I had kind of just been like, the reason I was like, I don't think I'll do another podcast with Nick was never because I didn't like you. I always liked you when we talked. I always thought the conversations were really interesting, as this one is. The thing was just, it's just like an incentives issue almost. We're like, well, I don't know, everyone on this side is going to lose their goddamn shit, and then I have to answer a million questions about that. But fuck them, so that's not enough to get me to stop doing it. But then half your audience is just going to call me a fucking Jew anyway. And so it's like, what's the point here? And I think that, like, look, and I want to get into this more, but like, yeah, there are questions of Jewish identity. There are questions. Obviously, there's a relationship there. But the fact is that, say, look, the worst thing in my lifetime that Israel's done to the United States of America, I'm not sold on the 9/11 stuff. There's some questions there, but I think it's far from as conclusive. I think people are way out over their skis saying they know for a fact Israel did 9/11, but that's a topic for another day. But it was the war in Iraq. The war in Iraq is no question, and Coleman Hughes can try to argue with me about this, there's just no question that the neoconservatives and the Likud party and the whole Bush administration, this was pushed in a direction. It's not the only factor, but it is more than what made the difference. Like, the war does not happen without the neocons and without Netanyahu. It just doesn't. And yet at the same time, Jewish Americans were either the best or one of the best groups on that issue. Jews opposed the war in Iraq way ahead of the general public. And like right-wing Christians were like the worst group on that. And so, but again, my target isn't them. My target isn't the people.
Right.
My target is like the people who propagandized them into believing that. And so if the thing is like, hey, I stopped short at like actually naming the Jews, it's like, well, yeah. Because I don't think that's right. And I don't, like, yes, there, and we can get into more of this, but like, no, like Barry the dentist has nothing to do with any of this. And he, I think on some level, maybe I'm wrong, but I also don't think you're really trying to gin up hatred toward that guy. And so maybe that's why I stopped short of blaming the Jews. I think it's sloppier and not as accurate.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I think it's important just on a basic level to say that we don't agree on everything. Like, we are distinct, and I wouldn't even say it's about further or closer. It's just that we are coming at it from different places. You believe it's the neocons, and it's in particular the war party and Israel and how those interact. And me, as an identitarian, I do look at the world through an identity-based lens, that you've got whites, blacks, Jews, and they all have political interest. They all identify as these groups. They group up based on them, and then those groups have conflicting interests. That's what politics has become, is like meeting out those interests. Like, is it in the interest of white people to go to war in Iraq? No, but for Jews, yes, because they have this connection to Israel.
Man?
And same about all these other things.
That
so, even getting back to our beef, we could quibble about, I don't think that there's some conspiracy. I don't think they got together and said, let's invite Dave because, he's going to, like, maintain censorship and Jewish control. Like, I don't believe that. But I do believe that you clearly take the more moderate position, or even, I would say, the more liberal position. As a libertarian, you're like a lowercase l liberal in the sense that you think that it's, like you said, it's not Jews in themselves or Jewish identity in itself. It is particular people in power, in particularly the state, that are doing these violent policies, whereas me, it is maybe a more radical rejection of liberalism. And I think that, maybe you're informed by your Jewish identity, or you're just ideologically believe that. It is a more moderate position, and they platform that because that's the version they want. That's the version that is safer for a Tim Pool or whoever. That's the version that the system is maybe comfortable with. That's what they might be willing to accept. And they don't want to take it to the place of the Jews for the reason, maybe for the good reason you described. And by the way, I'll give you another concession because I want to be objective. There are people that are legitimately hating Jews right now.
There are.
I saw in Florida, they're pulling up on Jews with like water pistols and spraying them with water. And I got on my show and I said, fuck that.
Yeah,
I said,
and I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I don't believe in that. I'm not a piece of shit. If I saw Ben Shapiro on the street, I saw him on the street and I said, hey, man, why did you do a speech? You didn't say my name. I didn't run up and try and fight him.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't believe in attacking.
They made it out like you did.
Yeah, right. Like I attacked his kids or something. Yeah. Human shields, right? But he picked up his kid when he walked across the street.
Slick.
It's like, okay, bro.
He pulled that off the top of his head quick.
But, you know, like I don't believe in picking on random people. I'm not a cruel or hateful guy. And you do see that. And that video bothered me in particular because if people start to think it's okay to do that, you know, the ADL isn't necessarily wrong about the idea that it is slippery slope. You know, you pull up on somebody with a water pistol. Okay, what if it's a paintball gun next time? Is that really okay? That people are going to be harassed and like shot at with a airsoft gun or a paintball gun? No, that's bullshit. And that's denying basic dignity, basic rights. That's not Christian. That's not American. And there is an excess of that. And I agree that it should be sort of contained. But I think there's a fine line between that and saying that it is a bigger issue than the neocons because, you know, when it comes to these influential Jews, like Larry Ellison, let's say, he's not religious, but he's tight with Netanyahu. Jeffrey Epstein was tight with the left in Israel. And to the extent that, you're right, Jews were the biggest critics of the Iraq war, in many cases, yeah, there's liberal Jews, but they're liberal because that's a strategy for Jews to succeed.
Absolutely,
they have these debates. What is best for the Jews? And like Brett Stevens at the New York Times, he mentored Bari Weiss. He says, Trump,
God, I hate him so much.
And he sucks, you know. He's a neocon, case in point.
Yeah, I got in a big fight with him on Gutfeld's show years ago. He was such a smarmy prick.
Anyway,
whatever. Yeah. Oh, God, it's the worst, the worst.
Yeah, but he says in 16 or 17, he goes, Trump is bad for the Jews because he is opposing the liberal values that have been so good to us as Jews. And it's like that sort of encapsulates when, like the ADL, for example, gets criticized. They say, well, the ADL's making Jews look bad. Or they're going after people like Shapiro and protecting people like Ilhan Omar. In other words, they're attacking Jewish Zionists, but they're not hard enough on the progressive left. And what I see there is still a distilled Jewish self-interest, which is okay. Because
we're all
people and we're all advocating for the most for ourselves. But in America, we just need to do a better job of managing that. And I think that the Jewish community's out of control. Yeah. Is basically it.
Well, I would say so in kind of like in a similar sense to because me and you both we've both been accused of getting the call over the last few weeks, which turns out was just us calling each other and being like, I don't think there's any evidence that Israel did it. But like, so when you come out on your show and you go, look, guys, I'm not seeing any evidence that Israel was behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And then people go, oh, it looks like Nick got the call. You're like, okay, but like the much easier answer is that he just doesn't see any evidence that is right. And like people, it's like you're jumping to a conclusion. And I will say, I think you might be guilty of doing a little bit of that too. If you when you go like, well, look, they want the conversation controlled. It's like, or an easier answer might just be that like they've seen your hits. And they go, yeah, well, I don't want to bring a guy who's saying Hitler has aura on the show. Like, I'm open to, I do think what's horrible, what's happening to the Palestinians, but like, no, I don't think we need to go that about that. So I think there's like probably, you know, look, dude,
is fooling themselves.
You make your bed.
You don't just
you were,
go from
nobody, I don't
the
think
gutter
I know is denying that you were like horrendously mistreated when you were very young. But also since then, like, there's an energy that you harness when you do that shit, and you know what you're doing with it, you know. And that's not to say you're being disingenuous. I don't mean that at all. I just mean like you understand kind of like harnessing this radical energy of like, nah, dude, I'm staking out this position all the way over here. But it's a double-edged sword, and that also sometimes can turn a lot of people off. Although, look, you're moving the needle in a clear way, and so that is becoming more and more acceptable. I guess my point is that I don't know actually that it's possible to do that without having the excesses of, you know, the water gun thing, or perhaps much worse. I mean, look, as we've both figured out, man, I hate saying this out loud because it's against our interests, but a lot of people are kind of dumb, man, and a lot of people like can't really follow the nuance of all of that stuff. But to the broader like kind of Jewish conversation, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's like strictly the neocons, or I wouldn't even say that like obviously the neocons, the majority of whom were Jewish. It's not just like, I'm not claiming like, oh, they just happen to be Jewish. Like their Jewish identity obviously plays a central role in why, you know, they feel the way they do. And there's no question that Jews, I think, and this is something I've, spent a lot of time speaking out against because I just think it's really, there's a sickness in Jewish culture that I think is unhealthy. I think it's part of it is fundamentally built into the religion that like it's about past suffering, is like a big part of it. But the Holocaust looms so large in particularly like my parents' generation and up. I think not as much with the younger generation.
They're obsessed with
but
it at that
it
age.
looms so large, and there is this kind of like feeling of like, look, the Holocaust happened, and then we created our own state so that it never happens again. And anything short of that means another Holocaust happening, and then it's not right. Like it just doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to think, and I've been saying this for years, that I'm like, look, I'm a Jewish American. I've never had one obstacle put in my way because of my Jewishness. Like, never once, I've had people say, literally, your fans saying shit on Twitter is the greatest struggle of my life for being Jewish. I've had greater struggles, but not because I was Jewish. And I think what's appropriate when even if the story is like, oh my God, your grandparents were so horribly mistreated in Europe, and then you came to America, and now Jews are 2% of the population. They're overwhelmingly successful. I think the attitude should be like, well, we're really grateful to America. We really love this country, and we should have nothing but loyalty to it. So like I'm against the fact there is something like that in Jewish culture, but then again, I think it's only reinforced by people, like when they see people who they perceive as being like neo-Nazis, to be like, see, that's proof. That's proof that, in fact, there is this huge threat. And I think in some way, it seems to me like it's almost, in some ways, you and the Zionists have accepted a fundamental framework that I think a lot of the rest of us are trying to like push back on, which is that like to oppose Israel isn't to oppose Jewish people, and that's kind of stupid. This is an actual government. Now, also, I should add, like, all these things are complicated and intertwined. There is no question that part of the reason why Israel has become so dominant, like say the Mossad has become so dominant, is because there was a diaspora. It was an advantage that almost no other intelligence agency had, that you had pockets of people who you could reach out and touch, who could at least somewhat reliably, if they were called to do something for Israel, would take that as like, okay, I'm, in some way preventing another Holocaust. Like that was a huge advantage for them. And so like, again, I'm not saying like there's more complex and interesting questions. I guess, again, I'm not trying to like Big Brother you or anything on
no,
this.
yeah.
I guess it's just like even that message that you were just sending of like, hey, we're not trying to target, people. I think like if you are to win the day on this, and we want to avoid something really bad happening that, I think none of us want to see, I think stressing that is probably important.
That
and also,
that is just
it's just like you see it. I mean, I know because you talk about it, like the low IQ
but she ain't gonna
slop
age
shit,
very well neither.
where it's just kind of like, dude, this is okay. I know forever you weren't allowed to touch that button, and so you're touching the button because you weren't allowed to. But at a stupid point, it's like you're allowed to touch it now, dude.
Yes,
and it's just
yes.
not that impressive. It's kind of like a silly argument. Although I will admit it's quite funny at times.
Well, yeah, I mean, the edgelording, even for me, has lost its appeal. It just seems passé because 10 years ago you couldn't say that stuff, and that's what made it provocative.
Yeah.
And now you can't say it. So, and also, it's been done for 10 years. So, internet edgelord, oh, you've never met someone like me before. It's like we've all seen that. But I would say that here's how I would characterize the issue, because I hear that a lot, that the Zionists and the anti-Semites are sort of in the self-reinforcing loop. And I would say that how I would characterize the problem is that, in some sense, the Jews are rational. The neocons are rational, because what they're saying is there's kind of two answers to the Jewish question from the Jews, which is we need to return to the land, because only when we have another Jewish kingdom will we have sovereignty and be able to protect ourselves. There's another answer to the Jewish question, which is if we push liberal universalism, everyone will tolerate us. If we push religious tolerance and racial tolerance, then people see us as themselves or the greatest among the nations. These are two strategies, and they're both rational, because by the way, there was anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany. Maybe that's I got the call to say that, but it's true.
I think that's
the way things are.
Is that a controversial thing? For
Might be. I don't know.
Not even the Holocaust, just anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
They weren't so fond of them. That's for sure. Yes.
But it's like in Germany, but also in Russia, but also in America. There are quotas in the universities. emerging from that time, it is, like we say, the world's made up of races. They have these interests. It's in the Jewish interest to do these things. So Soros takes up the cause of the Open Society Foundation. And open society is based on this philosophical premise, I think from Bertrand Russell, which says we have tolerance and openness and egalitarianism. And the Likud party, or, the Haganah, the security element in Israel, they work to get power. And they say that to make the world safe for the Jews, we need Israel. To make Israel safe, we need control over everything west of the river. To do that, we need to destroy all our enemies in the region. Like, there is a rational chain of law. When they say Israel has a right to exist, they mean we can't exist if we're staring down the barrel of 10 countries that hate us. There's a logic there. And I would say that in some sense, that's a legitimate way to think. It's a legitimate interest. But I distinguish myself as a white person, as someone from Christendom, as an American. And I'm looking to disentangle the Jewish interest from the American interest and say that, when you say it's bad to say Hitler had aura, I disagree in a sense.
Well, I'm not saying necessarily it's bad to say that. I'm saying that you understand that, like, that is going to be something that might make a lot of people go, oh, yeah, I don't want to deal with that guy.
But here's where I would push back in a sense is, as a white person, like, why is it that the Holocaust is so toxic? It's because, Jews sort of made it that way. Like, we don't look at the Holodomor the same way. We don't look at China. And all these arguments.
I think that's a totally legitimate argument. It's something I've been saying for years, too. I think that the idea that Jews have a monopoly on World War II is like, insane. And
right.
or that anybody should, like, prioritize past Jewish suffering over other sufferings. I mean, like, yeah, it's a horrible thing happened, but...
can I just...
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So... when I say Hitler had aura, I'm trying to basically set a new paradigm where, it's like as Americans and moreover as white people, it's like that doesn't have the same impact on us emotionally. Not necessarily. We only feel like that way because of movies, because of museums, because of propagandizing. And, so when I look at like Larry Fink, Bill Ackman, David and Larry Ellison, I look at them as part of a corporate entity. Like, they're not individuals that happen to be Jewish. They are the Jews. They're organized. They work together. And as an American, I basically want to take power from them and give it back to Americans. And that necessarily is going to make them weaker and more vulnerable as a community. And, so when they say that's anti-Semitic, it's like, of course, everything that's taking power from them to give it to us is going to inherently, like, bolster the narrative that they're becoming more vulnerable. But it's a necessary part of getting power.
Yeah,
and
I kind of get what you're saying. Like, I used to say it like, I used to say that as long as you, like, if you translate the words right, that, like, Hillary Clinton is telling the truth. Yes. Like, in a sense, like when you go they'd be like, Hezbollah is a threat. And the truth is that Hezbollah is a threat to Israel's ability to occupy southern Lebanon.
Right.
Now, they leave that part out of it, or if they say, like, Iran is a threat, it's a threat to the American empire. Like, it's a threat to, yes, this is, so in that sense, like, what Hillary Clinton had the famous one where she said, I think it was that Vladimir Putin has put his troops right up on NATO's doorstep.
Yeah.
It just shows you, like, the mentality, but, like,
Yes.
she's not lying in a way, right? So I would say, this is how I look at it. I think that in the same sense that right-wing Christians in America were convinced that it was in their interest to go overthrow Saddam Hussein because, he was going to give the nukes he didn't have off to the terrorists who weren't friends with him or whatever the line exactly was. I think a very similar dynamics going on with Jews and Israelis. I think that if you look at the position Israel was in, say 3 years and a day ago, they have by far the most sophisticated, most advanced military in the Middle East. They have the support of all the most powerful governments in the world. They have a bunch of atomic weapons. They have, like, they're in a pretty good.
Smith.
They have now.
He's just
engendered
not a very
so much hatred around the world that they're probably in the most vulnerable spot
opinion.
they've ever been. They've done it to
I haven't
themselves.
heard this guy
So I think in a very
say
similar
one
sense, it's really actually not in Jewish interest, and
or
I think that's kind of
thoughtful
bearing out right
opinion.
now across the culture.
This
was terrible. The
ultimate
worst thing you could do if you cared about, like, protecting Jews or not stoking up hatred
even worse
against them.
is Nick
And
Fuentes
so I look at
actually
it more
does
like, even when you're
have
these guys like Bill
thoughtful
Ackman
and
or George
clever
Soros or people like
arguments
that.
and
But yeah, you're
thoughts.
pointing to people who are in the club.
And
I
Dave
mean,
Smith
George
won't
Soros
let him
is
say shit.
essentially a wing of the CIA. I was literally just the other day.
Everybody
because I
is
was
tuning
looking up,
into this to
I
hear
was doing an
Nick,
episode on
and this
General Wesley
dude
Clark in response to the
just
latest
keeps
piece
running
on me
his
from the
suck
Free Press today,
muscle.
or preceding
Like,
it.
you know, I
guess.
was patiently
and I was
listening
I gotta,
until
like,
I
look up
realized this
Sudan.
fucking
You know,
guy
that's the
could
one country
talk
on this list that I just
till
haven't read enough
fucking
about.
the
I gotta
Rock
read a little
of
bit about it, but not
He
nearly
could talk
enough.
for
Like, which is
eternity.
for people like
And
me
it's
and
not
you who
even
read books,
anything we haven't
which, by the
heard
way, does
before.
put you in the
It's
top
the
1%
same
of political
shit
commentators
we hear
already.
from
But the thing is, you're just always
all his
behind.
other
You know, like there's just
acolytes.
always 10 books you're supposed to
What was the
read that you
point of
haven't
having
read
Nick
yet.
on?
And you're like, God damn it, you're so aware of
If
what
you don't
want
wanna hear what he has to say,
and then
you
someone who
just
knows
want him to
absolutely
sit there
nothing
and
is like, you don't know
nod
what you're
and
talking about. You're like,
smile.
I know what I'm talking about. I know, but you know nothing of what you're talking about. But anyway,
And
so
it doesn't
I was
even
like,
matter that I was
literally just
talking over him,
Googled it.
'cause I
was
know
like,
he
so I know
wasn't
that they
saying
broke off. Like, and I didn't even know
shit.
who was involved in it. I know the southern part of Sudan broke off,
Fucking
and there was a civil
moron.
war. There's
Fuck
like,
this
something like
guy.
southern. So I just like literally Google.
I mean, I'm not gonna change it,
Sudan,
but fuck him.
secession, civil war, something like that. Like the first thing Google gives me is like the George Soros Open Society. Why Southern Sudan needs their independence, and you're like, oh, okay, here we go. But if you really, when you look at it, right?
Yo, what up there?
And this is true in
lurking
the
like a
Israel
mofo.
lobby
What it
itself.
do?
It's not all
cuz?
Jews. It is overwhelming large amount of Jews, and like the neoconservatives were like 80% Jewish. I think that there were Catholics and even some Protestants in there. But even the neoconservatives, right? Like they were essentially all of George W. Bush's men. You know, like he had Jews all throughout his administration. They were all neoconservatives. But like the boss was George W. Bush. Dick Cheney, I think, really was the boss. Rumsfeld, Condi Rice, Colin Powell. These are all non-Jews. It seems much more to me that there's a big club. There's a lot of Jews in there, and there's non-Jews in there as well, and that they are screwing everybody over. And it just seems to me to be more accurate and precise, and not carry any of the baggage that makes people think like you just are animated by racial hatred. And it's just more precise to just be like, no, it's
This
these guys,
guy's
it's this
boring.
network of people.
Long-winded.
And even when you're looking at
doesn't
like
say much.
you know,
It's pretty
something like
ridiculous.
it's difficult, and we are all guilty of
Okay, I
this
guess I'm
at
just
some
gonna
point, of like assuming the conclusion, of starting the
dip out
argument
of
with
this
the end result that
particular
we.
one. Let's see if there's actually something where Nick Fuentes gets to say a word. Oh shit, it's live. Fuck yeah.
Reckoning.
Oh, but it's not there yet.
Why are you called Mommy Malcolm?
Fuck it, we'll just chill until this kicks off.
Anyway,
that last
clip or video or whatever,
it's just fucking garbage.
Like,
Dave Smith, I used to have a little bit of respect for him, but I've seen about 3 of his debates, and they were almost verbatim. Verbatim. This guy is like a chat GPT script or some shit.
We can't be held
It's like
hostage
no
by
new
this.
information has entered
When will
his psyche.
When will
He
any
just
leader put their
like
foot
the same
down and
bullshit
reaffirm
over and over and
Do
over.
we run the world or does Israel?
I just
Do
had
we
enough.
even run our own
Enough of
country?
Dave
Do we
Smith.
control
His
our own
fucking
military?
voice is
Do we
annoying
control our
to
own
boot.
government or does Israel?
Just a grating voice. I've never actually caught one of Nick's shows though live. I don't even. I'm not sure how long he does these montages for. Damn, he's got a lot of people in there though. I'll tell you that much. Wow, already. Oh, okay. I thought there was 140,000 K. I see he has a website behind a paywall.
When can we expect a real victory? And who's going to deliver it? J.D. Vance?
Damn. Who does this? Just keep letting it ride, huh? Just, what's he doing? Jerking off or something?
Control our own.
Wild. I don't get it. I never did understand why he does this long montage of nothing, of nothing. The fuck? Wow. Put some of my own fucking music on.
My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love.
People in the chat have
What
an
he's
idea
looking
what this
for,
shit's supposed to be.
freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 na.
Oh. Is this it?
If we don't have freedom on the internet in the age of AI, we are going to be mind raped
Mine.
every day forever. Think about anything you've ever said or done in the vicinity of your phone's camera.
These are usually pretty fun.
October 7th, 1,200 killed.
These
in Israel,
fresh and fit
46
shows,
Americans,
they're usually pretty good.
250 taken hostage.
At least
In
there's something to
many
talk
cities,
about anyway.
dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE.
The best man
So that
win.
nigga lose.
No, no, no.
So-
no. As a man, you
this is
should
the problem.
elevate a woman.
Yeah.
That's how I differentiate. As a man, you should elevate a woman. If you can't elevate a
Oh,
woman,
as
get
a
the fuck out
man,
my
you
face.
should
Like,
elevate
you know
a
what I
woman?
mean?
Seriously?
Period.
Okay, Dom.
She just
Right.
say
Put
that
me in a better
dumbass shit?
position, baby.
She's
Come
saying
on.
basically she's gonna play
Elevate
all
me.
the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'ma play the game
that's
like
the
you,
main
baby.
problem. Why should a dude wait 3 months, try to be your friend, befriend you, do it that way if other niggas are being able
Well,
to
then
put
just
you
say
over?
that off the rip.
So
Just what you
but
want.
you at the same
Haram.
time recommended for dudes to come with a friendship. They're losing in the end.
I don't want to. Then just say that.
Well,
What you
why-
want to do
why
for
should
that
they
woman.
say that if we're supposed to give you what you want?
But you don't know what she wants. And
But you said you want the friendship.
listen, no,
But
no.
that nigga loses. So the one that you want is the one
I'm
that's
not
going to lose
saying
in
the
the
friend
end.
loses. I'm just saying if you want to, if
If
you
he
want a
approaches
bitch,
you that way, the way that you want to be approached as a friend.
No.
He does that. He loses because other niggas is hitting while he's waiting for his opportunity 3 months later.
I never said I want you to approach me as a friend. I want you to approach me with confidence.
I haven't been laid in once.
Well, hold on.
I would just.
Hold on.
That's the that's right there.
Hold on.
That's road.
I guarantee you, after this show, we're gonna change that for you, okay? We'll change that for you after this show.
I'm willing and able.
Okay, awesome.
I need a co-star.
Trust me. I got.
I need a content co-star.
Well, just so you know, I was a creative in my day, you know. Okay, allegedly. So, okay, real quick. What about you? You made a very good question. If the guy you're talking to is in the preliminary friend zone,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, okay.
Would you stop talking to the other guys you're smashing during that period?
Yeah, this is the
You know, the
conundrum
funny thing
of
is that
the
you don't
modern
approach dating
female, I
like a
suppose,
zero
isn't
zone
it?
game. You know, you approach it based
I
on
like
the
this
instinct.
guy.
You approach it based on what,
But this
you know,
guy is
it could be
really
mutually
good,
beneficial
you
for
know
both
what?
parts. You know, I know that men have their
Maybe I can
urges to get things done, and that's fine. You know,
sneaky
that's why
and-
we're
Oh,
here
what's
for
going
it.
on there,
But
Razzle
at
Cherry?
the same time, it has to be mutual.
How you doing,
and it
big
has to be
dog?
consensual.
I feel like there's just levels, right? Because okay, there's some people that you just skip the line. You know, there's
That's
some
true.
people that can just
If you're in
skip the
Europe,
line.
yeah,
Whether
right? If you're in
you know,
Europe,
if you know what I'm saying, there's somebody that can skip the line.
Just-
Whether it's them tricking
Right.
or paying
Or
bills,
not.
or like if you come out the gate like that, you skipping the line. Me, I'm kind of like
Tricking.
it's a little bit different. I'm waiting in line for my turn essentially, but I'm saving so much things. Like for example, the person that the guy that skips the line that's tricking on shorty and getting it because he's tricking.
Yeah.
She's giving it up because he's tricking or he's doing whatever the case is. Me, she's fuck with me because she fuck with me genuinely. She's not gonna try me like that. We're gonna lay up on the couch.
That's
talk
what you
about how this
think.
nigga's gonna go buy her this. She know about it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm cool with that. I can wait. I can chill because.
But Prince, I have a question for you.
Answer.
Let's say, right, you're the guy that's waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I'm just big baller.
Yeah.
I'm just out there kicking you on the river. I'm out here doing the big baller shit like that. I'm smashing.
Yeah.
You don't want seconds, do you?
Nigga, there's other people out there that I'm doing me while she's doing her. I'm just in between, you know what I'm saying?
Come on now, my dude.
Project, but I got another project going on.
This is another thing that's a problem.
Who do you think you're
Give
fooling?
them exactly what they want, and you lose.
Yeah.
You're right.
You shouldn't give them what you want. You should just be a man and tell them what they need. Bro, you can't give them women what they want. They don't know what the fuck they want. They telling us to be a friend. But if someone chooses to enter that in a dominant space, that nigga not only getting past the condom level, after
Ugh.
2 months, he's hitting roll.
These some
and
nasty
nutting in the
ass
bitch.
people.
That bitch gonna be having none of her by the time that other nigga get a chance.
Yeah.
Bro, that
Yeah.
nigga has won.
So
He's
listen.
one that has a better opportunity
Yes.
to wife her and give her kids than the
There's
other
no
niggas.
virgin out here.
Hold on.
But a head
To
start- a
Don-
head
to
start
Don's
is-
point.
But it is kind of true.
Now, when
To
you
Don's
yell at
point,
me,
the
it
man
makes
that's
me
waiting
nervous.
in the
When I
cut.
get
No,
nervous,
your friends,
I
just
get
in general.
scared. And when
He
motherfuckers
loses
get
because you know what's
scared, that's
happening.
when
In the
motherfuckers
same
accidentally
instance,
get shot.
someone else is winning by smashing, and then two, he's waiting to hopefully one day become in that spot.
You're right.
But so he loses everything, but you gain. So I think for a guy, if you're in the friend zone, for the most part, you're losing. Now, you have a statement?
Yeah, because what if in the case, you're a nice guy
Motherfuckers
and
get
everything,
scared, that's
but
when
it
motherfuckers
just
get
doesn't
shot.
add up, and we can go on many dates, but at the same time, perhaps
But
it's
that's-
not connecting.
Someone
And
else
he's
is
paying. He's paying the whole time.
Yeah.
He's paying the whole time, by the way.
As he should.
I can understand it, but just about 10 minutes ago, it was recommended to be that guy.
Look at nature.
Yes.
Look at nature.
It wasn't recommended to me.
I know, but we understand nature, but
Look at
everyone,
nature.
everyone was here speaking against their nature.
Look,
saying that
look
they
at the
want-
peacocks, for instance.
The
Peacocks,
peacocks.
they have to do the
but
most
every woman
to
they were
attract.
telling-
one of you
You are also-
holds the
It's not
detonator.
an illusion. It's actually nature. You can see it in, it's natural law, honey. That's what
So,
it is.
sorry, go on now.
No, the reality is the peacock can't rule the jungle.
Let's put all feelings
The line.
aside. Let's put all feelings aside and then just be more
Go
concrete.
on.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a hard time waiting, and I was waiting a long time.
See, that's what niggas feel.
I know
Cheap you.
exactly.
That's what niggas feel.
I know exactly what I
Fuck
want,
off.
and I'm focused on finding
Go piss up a
the
rope.
man that's going to be my husband. And if somebody,
Baffling.
I don't want to be with someone who doesn't want to be with me. And I think it's silly to go after somebody who doesn't, like, there's so many people out there.
I agree.
There's going to be somebody who's going to be
You can.
obsessed with you, who's
Right.
going to want you as much as you want them. And if you're wasting your time chasing these people that are willing to find somebody at the club and, that
Don't be rude.
They're willing to put you last, then that's not your person. And,
Oh,
just
that's
move
not your
on
person.
faster.
That's not your
Make yourself
person.
available. Like, I'm actually...
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Little trolling, right? Little
Because
trolling.
I am focused on finding the
We do a little
and I
trolling.
don't
It's
want
called we do a
to
little
get stuck
trolling.
with the wrong person.
This
So
bitch.
I'd rather
Is
be
dead.
Oh man, no, I'm starting to have a good time with it.
Dates. I'm matching with some people, but I'm like going on few dates because my time, I'm a business owner and I'm building my practice, and I don't want to waste time on the wrong ones where I could be finding the right one.
Think about this. What if I told you there's no one? There's just many people.
I know.
There's no
So-
one.
so-
There-
so
yeah, no shit. There's
The
no
one
one.
argument,
Come on
I
now.
get that point, but it's kind of a waste of time. But I will say this:
100
Be
years
patient,
ago,
waiting for the one.
I
No, I'm
would
not
agree with
waiting.
that, but
I'm
not
actively
anymore.
seeking the one. I know what I want.
But you
and
don't chase, you attract.
I'm not chasing, but I'm saying, like, I know
Well,
what
these
I'm
kind of women,
looking when it comes my
they're
I'm walking
90%
outside. People are hitting on me
money.
here and
Like they've
I'm not gonna
purchased
go on a
shit
date
and
with
put it
someone
on themselves.
who
You
might
know,
be
like
interested in. No, I don't have time for that one.
I'm not attracted to
Like,
that
I'm
personally.
being
I wouldn't
choosy,
even.
And I'm like, I'm looking at my list.
I can't even
things
believe
that
these guys
like,
can
they
sit
need
in the
me to
same
communicate
room with these
the
ugly
list,
ass
okay?
women.
Real
these
quick, if you
nasty
can give me
women.
like a quick 1 to 2 minute synopsis of this guy, what if he's watching right now?
Like you
What would
might
say to him
catch some
he needs
shit
to have
just
for you
from
to
being in the
approach
room
him?
with them.
Maybe 6 figures in the bank. I don't know.
boom.
It's a bank, whatever it is, degree. Tell him right now what you
I
want from
want
him.
somebody who's kind
Okay.
and authentic.
Perfect.
And who wants to build a future together, I want to have a kid or two.
What?
What? How old are you again?
34.
So there's many men out there.
34? Fuck me, man.
What?
What? Single right now.
What the hell, dude? 34 and she's still considering it? Oh my goodness, poor girl, poor girl.
I'm emotionally deep, you know, and I've had difficulty sometimes with communication. There's levels of communication. It's not like you're a good communicator or a bad.
Yeah, the tires are boss, a good one for sure.
For my job,
she's wore out, dude. Like throwing a hot dog down
to a degree, but like
throwing it down the hall.
There has to be equal effort put in, or not. So, you know, there has to be somebody who wants to be my teammate.
Okay.
My partner.
My teammate.
I feel like, honestly,
until this is over, this whole women thinking that they're going to get a teammate or that a marriage is a team and this and that. Until that shit's over, men are not going to go for this shit. What kind of a man wants to marry another man and have another man tell them how they should do things? It's like either you want to latch onto this or go find somebody else. And I'm not
the one for him,
odd for feeling that way.
She finds out he's got 6 other girls that he's doing this for. Now she turns into that cold bitch, and it's just a perpetuating cycle. And it's just like, who's gonna start? I don't know who started it. I say it was women because it's Eve. You know what I'm saying? But could be wrong. But it's a perpetuating cycle. Like even me, I'm not the same person that I was when I first. Cause I'm from Miami. But when I first came like to Edgewater, South Beach, I was the sweetest, kindest, nicest guy ever. I'm still kind of nice. I'm still nice people. I definitely outside is someone new that you've never seen before. Girl, I'm cool. I think I'm good looking, right? A girl might see a nigga that look just like me, green eyes, bigger muscles, more money. Yeah. Every single day you go outside, there's someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, and maybe you're not even looking for something, but maybe this person just does something to you. Like you know what I'm saying? Maybe this girl does, and you're not even trying. It's hard. Everyone in the world comes to Miami. Everyone doesn't go to LA. Everyone doesn't go to New York. Everyone doesn't go to Chicago. Everyone in the world comes to Miami. So it's just like that. What? That's just another added level to the bullshit.
And then just real quick, right? Just to respond to your point, you're 34, right? Just imagine this. I'm a guy with money, status, and I want a girl. I come to Miami. There's you. There's 28, maybe like 25, 22. Why did I pick you over the 22?
Right? They can never answer this, though. That's the thing. That's the thing. They cannot answer this because they've never even thought about it.
I'm extremely passionate.
They've been told their entire lives,
I add,
hey,
fun and
you don't have to give
everyone's
anything.
Lives, anyone who's
you are the receiver,
friend,
not the
I'm
giver.
A very loyal friend and loving and affectionate, and I'll always be there for you. And
yeah, just like every other woman.
Who appreciate the sweetness that I have to offer. Mm-hmm. We have wonderful relationships for long-time friendships. You know, I don't know. I mean, I had two long-term relationships, 5 years, 3 years. I broke up with one of them.
Oh, you ended it.
Proposed to me. Yeah, like I was single for a couple years here and there. Right now, I'm in one of my 1.5-year periods of being single.
Wow.
But yeah, I had the opportunity to marry guys if I wanted to.
Can I be honest with you, real quick? Can I really be honest with you? You know your cups, right? Hold on. I'm being real here because we're in Miami, right? This is a high-paced society and fast-moving culture. If you want to find a man, trust me, there's many men out there that would definitely want to date you. But the problem is, at your current age, what you're offering, you offer at 22 as well. Hey,
at 22. Those days, or that whole future that you have envisioned, that waved bye-bye to you long ago.
But it's serving me well. Any guy that I want to match with on a dating app matches with me. Any guy I want to go out with, he's taking me on a date.
Oh, fantastic.
Proposed to you, you didn't want to marry. So that
Yeah,
tells
because
me.
I learned because I was younger, and I learned what I
Mein
want
Bruder.
for myself as I dated them. I was if I was 22 to 27. I'm always evolving. Like I'm not gonna be the same person.
So
Some
what?
people say the same.
What do
I'm not
those
that.
men want that you want? Do you know? So, for example, the man that you want, what does he want?
The man.
So the man that you want to end up marrying, right? To have kids with, have family with, what does he want?
He wants to have a life partner.
Okay.
He wants to have somebody who he's gonna enjoy
All
the
right,
rest
zip
of
it.
his life with.
You
That's
can't
gonna
even zip
lift
it.
him up every day.
Zip.
And
Look, ladies
he
and
can
gentlemen of the
rely-
jury,
that he can rely
exhibit
on to be
A.
there and be the mother
Number two, would
of
you
his
please back me
children.
up? Look, I'm Zippy
And
Longstockings.
that he knows is gonna
I
take
can't
care
when
of
a
him,
problem comes
make
along.
him feel
You
safe,
must zip it.
and,
I wish she would shut up.
we're just
Oh, you know what though? I'd be willing to
Okay,
bet
Dom.
dance together.
that
Do
Nick's
Does that sound?
shit has kicked off. What? No way. This dude is still rolling the credits.
When will any leader put their foot down and
Fuck
reassert
me,
American
man.
sovereignty?
Wow.
Do we run the world or does Israel?
Holy Lord.
Do we even run our own country? Do we control our own military?
I don't know, dude.
Why your hair
Man,
is
that's
thinning
crazy.
and what
Fresh
you
and
can
Fit
do
only
about
has
it tonight.
75 likes.
It's not your hormones. It's
They
not your
fell
genetics.
far, man.
I can't keep going on like this. He's wasting all of our money on ammo, and he's yet to hit a single target. Before we throw in the...
take you on dates the rest of your life. That's not gonna
Man,
be
these
like,
guys have
like,
fallen far.
I broke up
So
with
he-
him, and he said that, and like I want.
Oh, it's because Myron is in here. That's what it is.
Like I want.
These
magic.
dumb ends are horrible
You know?
co-hosts.
He was putting
Very
more
true,
effort
very
into
true.
than.
Yeah, he always had the chocolate I liked and the wine that I liked, and.
Did he ever have any complaints before he stopped doing this?
Me, I. That's all you will hear out of these Jezebels.
You know.
Shit happened.
I'll tell you why they've fallen so far from grace, because this shit is getting
Stop
old.
doing stuff that they used to do. They have.
They just keep pointing out the same stuff
Maybe he got bored, though, too.
every time.
No?
Gets old. I mean, when are they going to figure that out, man? You got to do a little bit more than just, you know, defeating a couple of fucking 75 IQ moron fucking street urchins that you just picked off the side of the road.
But I have no idea what he did there. It was never really told me what he did. So I don't know. I don't think I'm a time traveler.
Great.
But I know about this. I'm aware of the story about Barron Trump, and he's
That's right.
a time traveler, and he talks to a Don.
I can't even fucking believe that people still.
Very bizarre. It's very
It's
bizarre.
very bizarre. I think it's very bizarre.
Do you think we're gonna get any answers to?
Oh, man,
the
what a funny voice.
You know, the drones we had over Jersey nearly a year ago. We have drones in Europe shutting down military airports. Your Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has made a whole video about doing something with these drones. What do you think is going on here?
I have no idea what's really going on. I mean, it's just. There's so much stuff to try to track and follow with this, and I get briefings every day on it, and it's kind of a whirlwind.
It's kind of a whirlwind.
You know,
is it?
All these different instances, like
This
it
guy's
just,
not even good at
deep
this
state
at all.
running,
Like,
running
I like a
different
good
apps with
Trump
some advanced
impression, but this
technology,
guy's not
possibly, I
doing it
wouldn't
for
doubt
me
it.
here.
Would it
Not
be
doing it
foreign?
for me.
Very much so. Could it be?
What in the... Why?
Atlas.
This aggressive probe, you know, I've been hearing about this aggressive probe, and it's a probe, and I don't want to be probed.
No.
And I don't want America to be probed. We've been probed for too long. We don't need a probe.
Good. I'm happy to hear that.
Viet.com. Thank you so much, everyone. We will be back here next Wednesday.
Of course, I check in as soon as it's over. Nice, well done.
Line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. And we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen. Blessed are the peacemakers. Obviously, quoting from Matthew 5, Sermon on the Mount there. Blessed are the peacemakers. Everyone in politics could use a good reminder of Matthew 5 just about every day, actually. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu posted as well. He said, with the approval of the first phase of the plan, and I'm just going to stop there in the first sentence because notice that language echoing Trump's language. So they're obviously both using this first phase language, which is important because there was a deal that Donald Trump memorably was able to negotiate before he came into office in January, right on the cusp of coming into office in January. It was a really remarkable feat getting everybody to agree. That deal, of course, ended up falling apart as the phases went on. And so that first phase language, obviously no peace deal this complicated is going to be immediate, flip a switch, night and day. But the first phase language, I think, should give all of us pause. Netanyahu goes on to say, all of our hostages will be brought home. This is a diplomatic success and a national and moral victory for the state of Israel. From the beginning, I made it clear we will not rest until all our hostages return and all our goals are achieved. Through steadfast resolve, powerful military action, and the great efforts of our great friend and ally, President Trump, we have reached this critical turning point. I thank President Trump for his leadership, his partnership, and his unwavering commitment to the safety of Israel and the freedom of our hostages. Now, the Nobel Peace Prize talk is already mounting once again, as you will not be surprised to learn. Eric Trump. Calls were or echo calls that were made in January and have been made after the Abraham Accords, for example. Netanyahu, in his nomination for Donald Trump to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, actually mentioned the Abraham Accords, and that's probably for a strategic reason. I know a little bit too much about the Nobel Peace Prize right now because I've been working on a story for Unheard about it, but basically the Nobel Peace Prize nominations are due February 1st, and it's technically supposed to be for the prior year, although that's not always the case. Sometimes it's invoked that something happened within the prior year, and that's why a particular candidate is especially supposed to be worthy. But sneaking it in before the deadline could help. I don't know, probably unlikely that Trump gets a Nobel Peace Prize, but in this case, there's no downplaying the significance of what Trump was able to achieve. And I want to, before we toss to Rod, explain a little bit why, using reporting from obviously the left-leaning website DropSite, and of course you know that from Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill, but this reporting is really important, and it gets to actually, I think, the achievement that Donald Trump seems to have within his grasp here. So reading from DropSite's report, quote, multiple sources from Hamas and other Palestinian factions have told DropSite that their central concern in these negotiations was that handing over all Israeli captives would remove nearly all of their leverage if it did not include a complete Israeli withdrawal. Israel has, as a matter of policy, systematically violated its ceasefire agreements with Hamas and also with Lebanon. DropSite says, in entering into these negotiations, Hamas negotiators accepted they were engaging in a high-stakes gamble. Here's the important part. The source close to the negotiators told DropSite, quote, trusting Trump's word is the gamble they are taking. If it works, they will be considered geniuses. If it fails, they will be considered fools. It's as simple as that. So a senior Hamas official also told DropSite the Palestinian negotiators have faced unprecedented pressure from Arab and Islamic mediators over the past 48 hours to make significant concessions and to quickly reach an agreement on the aspects of Trump's plan that address the exchange of captives, a ceasefire, and the resumption of aid. Those last two bits in particular, sources say that it was Trump who has given his word, because if you remember in this peace plan, Trump says he will be at the
Shut the fuck up.
of the board. If you remember the specifics in this 20-point peace plan that Trump and Netanyahu.
Here we go.
48 hours before Charlie Kirk was killed. It's from the morning of September 8th, and allegedly he's in a group chat with 9 other people.
I don't really care if he gets
It's a group chat of 10 people on,
Prize. Honestly, I hope he doesn't
WhatsApp.
get it.
There was initially some confusion whether it was Telegram, whether it was WhatsApp. I believe at this point it's been established this was a WhatsApp group chat September 8th in the morning. And Charlie Kirk says explicitly, we lost another pro-Israel donor, and it's a big one. They pulled back $2 million, and this had been reported in the press already. So he's verifying the details. We lost another major donor, $2 million, and that's because they refused to disinvite Tucker from the upcoming America Fest conference. And Charlie goes on further and says, I will not be bullied. He says, I might have to leave the pro-Israel movement. He said, they've left me with no choice. They have forced my hand. And a lot of people saw that text and believe this to be incriminating. They say this supports this theory that Charlie Kirk was abandoning the pro-Israel cause. Obviously, that's what it says in the text. And that then, in furtherance of that, Israel killed him. To prevent him from leaving the pro-Israel cause, they couldn't bribe him, they couldn't intimidate him, so they had him murdered. So the argument goes. I would say, I'll also add, the text has been verified by Andrew Colvett, the PR spokesman for Turning Point, who's kind of been like the PR guy for Charlie Kirk ever since his death as well, almost the representative for Turning Point on this matter. So we know the text message is authentic. There's some questions about the text. Who is in this group chat with Charlie Kirk? There's allegedly 10 people in there. Who are they? We don't know. There's another outstanding question, which is what else is being said in the group chat? Because what we have is one screenshot. I believe we have 3 or 4 distinct single text messages from Charlie Kirk and a couple of replies from an unnamed other person. We don't know the full context of the conversation. And I would say that it's probably essential to get that information. Because although the text messages are authentic, we don't know what is the context. How did this conversation revolve? And who was he saying it to? Is he venting? Did this represent an actual break with his previous advocacy for Israel?
Oh man, look at that! Somebody got that screen cap of Anna.
With the text messages
Ooh, that doesn't look good,
man. About what exactly
she looks like
going on.
Oh, what's going on there, Mango Mussolini?
My point.
Howdy.
Which is that Charlie Kirk did not leave pro-Israel. Pro-Israel left Charlie
Appreciate
Kirk.
you for stopping by, anyhow.
It's not like he had this epiphany, change of heart, jump ship because he didn't feel right. On the contrary, he desperately wanted to be pro-Israel because he is a big tent coalition builder. And that is where a lot of the money comes from. And that is a substantial part of the donor base of the entire conservative movement. So did Charlie Kirk turn his back on that? I'm skeptical. I think what makes more sense is that he was put in an increasingly difficult position where as the coalition builder, as the big tent orchestrator,
that's what's up, man. Glad to see you.
He had to accommodate everybody.
Did you tune in to see what the hell Nick's saying
as
here?
the movement was fracturing. And this is something that was happening independently of him. His job was organizing the coalition, and the coalition was fragmenting. That was just simply the political reality, largely due to
sort of, I guess,
these differences between people like Tucker Carlson and the Israel lobby, people like Candace Owens or Megyn Kelly or even the college students themselves.
Same here.
And the government of Israel. And he was put in the unfortunate position of trying to keep everybody happy, and well, the pro-Israel side, they pulled the plug. They pulled the funding. They did not want for everybody to be included, and that's why Charlie Kirk said specifically, they have left me with no choice. It was they that pulled the plug. You can't fire me because I quit. You can't pull $2 million from Turning Point because
I'm out of here.
I'm leaving the pro-Israel cause. I think if you read it closely, you'll see something more like that. But we'll talk about the entire thing. We'll go into the text. We'll read them exactly.
Of course.
And I'll give you my thoughts on them. Should be a pretty good show. It's good to be back with you.
I surely hope so.
Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble. Smash the like button. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. It's been a little while. I wasn't here Friday or Monday or yesterday. And that is because I was out of town doing some big collaborations. You saw a couple of them already.
Yep.
There's 2 that have been
The one with Dave Smith
posted,
totally sucked
and there are
ass.
still 2 that will be posted, I think later this week or maybe early next week. But you already saw there was a major premiere this afternoon, my long-awaited interview with Dave Smith. And that is actually, maybe that was the biggest one in a sense.
He don't think it was worth a shit
maybe
neither.
the most
Listen to him.
anticipated because, of course, me and Dave had a major beef last year.
There was no beef in that discussion.
And I don't know how much I want to get into the beef itself tonight. If you want to know more about it, you could watch the show. But this afternoon, Dave Smith premiered our interview, which we recorded earlier in the week.
Back and forth
and it was a massive interview. It was like 3.5 hours.
Glazing.
And we talked about everything. We talked about drama. We talked about
They were
Tucker,
getting all lovey-dovey
Candace,
with each
the
other.
generational run. We talked about our beef. We talked about the Holocaust, Israel, Trump, Vance. We really covered like everything.
Yeah.
It was a big interview, and I really like that because this is a very interesting time that we're living in. Obviously,
you literally
this is
did that
maybe
to
one of the
pump
most
Dave
consequential
Smith's fucking
years in a
channel
long
up,
time.
bro. He didn't
Maybe
even
since
let you
2020.
talk, cuz he just freaking
It has that same
he just
like, world
farmed your name,
historical
my dude.
significant feeling that it did in 2020. Like, you know that old quote?
He did
they
the
say
old
there's,
pump and dump
there's
with Nick
days where
Fuentes.
years happen. It certainly feels, or years where decades happen. It certainly feels something like that.
I can't believe
And
Nick
doing
allowed
a
well, I guess
huge,
he's
long
trying to get in
conversation
there.
like
He's
that,
trying
I
to
feel
get-
like it lets the conversation breathe.
He's trying to become
We're not doing
mainstream,
the
so I guess he
autobiographical
does kind of have
stuff.
to just
It isn't
grit
just
his
focused
teeth
on
and
one
listen and
issue.
smile.
We were able to spend some decent time on a few different big subject areas. So I thought it was excellent. And I really like Dave.
It's a
I thought
snooze
that
fest, man.
I think he's a really smart guy, very funny, very sharp. And so I knew that it was going to be a good one. Going out there, I knew that that is exactly what it was going to be.
Then
I
why
think
are you
we both
trying to
had a
tell
very
us
good
and
feeling
talk us
going
into
it,
that?
very positive. We had a couple of phone calls. We texted about it. And at least speaking
I
for
guarantee
myself,
you,
I know
if
that
he
going
knew
into
it
it,
was
I
a
sort of
fire-ass
knew it was going to
debate,
be
he
like
would
a
not
2,
be
3,
saying this
maybe even
bullshit.
4-hour talk. It was going to be what it was, which was clearing the air, very direct, very high IQ in the sense that, like I said, we're not having to
High
really
IQ
get
in
all
the
the
sense that
basics, you know, the kind
boring.
of biographical information, or we're not going through the rigmarole talking about everything having to do with Israel. It was maybe more of a developed conversation. So I was really pleased with it. We
horseshit.
recorded it, I think, yesterday, and I walked away feeling really happy about it.
I'm sure you
and
did.
happy with everything we covered. And like I said, some of the depth we got into. And it was a long time in the making. You know, we had this big beef last year. To tell you the truth, I didn't even really think of it as a beef.
It didn't seem like
And
it in that
we
show
talked
either.
about it on the show, and I told him, I said, look, like, I like you, and I think you're smart, and I think you're funny. It was never personal. I said, but, of course, Dave, as you know, he plays a very important role in this emerging conversation. Everybody recognizes it is of great import and significance that suddenly people are able to talk about Jews in Israel in a way that was not possible. In a way that if you talked about these things openly or dissented in the way that you can now, years ago you'd be canceled, fired. There'd be enormous public
It's
pressure.
like they're celebrating
Obviously,
the fact
all
that
of that is changing so rapidly.
Israel
And
has
one of
killed
the
millions of
figures who has
people
been
because
leading
it
the
allowed, or
charge
has killed
is
thousands
Dave.
of people. Because now they can
You've got
say
these
"fuck the
bigger
Jews,"
figures like a
and nobody will
Tucker
call
or
him an
Candace,
anti-Semite.
And they've been
Like,
changing
bro,
the conversation in their own way.
Do you even have a fucking
But
soul?
when you tune into Candace or Tucker last year, they brought on Dave to
And
kind
these
of
are the
break
people
ice,
that
and
will tell you
he's there on Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, all these kinds of shows.
that they're upset
And
about
anyway,
the
the
dead
point
babies.
is, and I think I said this in
And
the show
yet,
the other day,
they're more
my
excited than
critique,
ever
or
that
maybe
now they
just
get to
my
hate on the Jews
observations
legitimately,
about that
and people
predicament,
won't
it
hate
didn't
them.
really have to do with him as a guy.
Like,
it
bro.
wasn't like I was putting him down as a man.
Fuck, man.
He's a good
That's
guy. But it was more talking about
soulless,
the
evil.
role that he was playing and why maybe he was playing that role as opposed to other people. And at the time, I said, look, it has a lot to do with him being Jewish. And
he's jealous
I'm
of
not the
Dave
only
Smith
person
because
that has
Dave
noticed
Smith
this,
gets to
that
talk about Jews
when
and nobody
Turning
can
Point
call him an
USA in
anti-Semite.
July, when they have their debate, their pro versus anti-Israel debate at SAS, it's 2 Jews. And I don't think that's lost on anybody. And it's not to say that Dave doesn't bring a lot to the table. He's a brilliant guy. But I think a lot of people noticed it's sort of like if 2 conservatives wanted to debate about a black issue, and it's a very sensitive, touchy subject. It's having to do with something taboo. You often get called racist for having a dissenting opinion. It was commonplace for many years that you would bring in a black person. You'd bring in Alan West. You'd bring in a black conservative. Why? They have license to dissent because they are black. And that disarms or neutralizes any potential critique. It sort of inoculates the conservative side from any critique that you're being anti-black.
Anti-black.
How could someone that's black be anti-black?
Oh,
if
the
conservative
white
position
face
on
of
blacks
or
has
black face
historically
of
been called
white
hateful,
supremacy.
racist, anti-black.
That's how you do it.
It's
Easy as-
safer to
easy
have a
peasy.
black person be the representative because it's harder to make the case that that person is coming at it from a racist perspective. So I sort of had the same opinion in 2024 and 2025. It was like, okay, so everyone's warming up to the topic. Let's bring on somebody that cannot plausibly be called anti-Semitic. Why? Because they're a libertarian, anti-war Jewish
he's a
person.
Jew,
So
yeah.
anyway, so that was
all
kind
the
of
other
the
stuff was
basis of it.
rigmarole. It's because
And
he's
we
a
really
Jew.
ironed it out on the podcast. And I think that what we, which was actually productive.
Whoops.
Believe it or not, a lot of these conversations are bullshit. And I'm not trying to knock anybody, but
Yeah,
I mean,
they kinda
a
are.
lot of these conversations, it's about making an introduction. Okay, who is this guy? We want to get to know him. We want to get to meet him and interface. We want to expose him to a new audience. We want to nail down what his ideas are. And to me, that feels more like an exercise. This conversation was truly productive because we're able to determine
dude. Who the fuck are you
how
fooling?
and whether
Trying to fool
and in
him,
what
Nick.
ways me and Dave actually disagree, because I think that was sort of ambiguous.
Didn't disagree at
And
all.
that was the subject of my initial dispute with Candace Owens, because Candace had me on her show,
You know
white
what?
knighting for Dave.
I want to see the
Of
Candace
course, she
Owens
sat me
show
down and on
with
Dave's
him on
behalf said, "Why are you attacking Dave Smith? Is it because he's Jewish? He's on our side, this
would
and
be
that."
dope.
And I told her, I said, look, I said, me and Dave have a real disagreement. I said, and what seems to be happening is that Dave represents maybe a more moderate or liberal side of the Israel critical side. And whether it's because of this tokenism to soften the blow, or it's because it's ideologically more liberal, I said there's a higher tolerance for that than my position, which is a more radical critique of the whole enchilada, of the whole
The
thing.
whole enchilada.
And, you know, it was, she, I think, was being a little tough. With Dave, I think we really straightened it out. And what we walked away with, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, is that Dave really is, and I said this to him, lowercase l, liberal. And by that, you can take it as classical liberal, a right liberal as opposed to a
Inflation
left
is
liberal or
destroying your
progressive,
savings, but gold and silver
libertarian.
have protected wealth
But
for
he
thousands
comes
of
at it
years.
more from the
Smart
perspective
Americans
This dude
are
has
buying
literally
physical
just
gold.
become
Real assets you can hold in your
a
hand,
fucking
not just numbers on a screen.
that
a
are
mainstream
pushing things like neoconservatism.
Charlie
And so
Kirk,
it's a more of a
fucking
narrow
quasi
approach
Charlie
that
Kirk
says that you don't
wannabe.
really have a problem
Nick,
that
welcome to the
proceeds
The dude doesn't
from
even
Jewish
have
identity
balls
or
anymore.
Jewishness
Not, at least it don't sound
per
like it to
se.
me.
You have some Jewish people, powerful Jewish people, that with a number of non-Jewish people happen to be pushing some aggressive policies. And they're coming together for different reasons. The defense industry, the ideological neocons, these like democratic globalist types like a Dick Cheney, a Condi Rice, and these fanatical like Kudniks and Israeli nationalists. There's this convergence. That's why we're getting it. Whereas me, I am illiberal. I am identitarian. I believe that race and religion are essential. And race and religion imply necessarily political interests. And so And this was really the rub, is basically Dave is saying it's not the Jews, it's like neocons. And many of them are motivated by Jewish self-interest, whether that's rational or irrational. Me, I'm saying no, it is Jewish identity in itself. It is, in a nutshell, the Jews. It is the fact that by their nature as a group, they have a history of persecution, a history of resistance to assimilation, a history as a tiny minority that makes them inherently tribalistic, distrusting of outsiders, willing and able to put themselves first in combination with their transnational presence. And I said, really, that it's a deeper critique. And it's really more of a structural critique. And saying that I don't want necessarily to stop sending Israel foreign aid and reset relations with Israel. America needs to reevaluate its liberal premise and say, can we have American-born Jewish billionaires lobbying for Israel, or American-born Jewish billionaires lobbying for open borders or an open society? We have to kind of reflect on whether an open society can tolerate such an aggressive, organized minority pushing for their international or foreign national interest. That's kind of the disagreement, and I don't know that I was surprised, but I felt sort of relieved to hear him say some of the things that he said, because it's like, okay, so I'm not crazy. We don't really agree on everything.
Does it matter if
now,
anybody,
we agree
if
on
other
a
people
lot,
think you're crazy?
But there's kind of like a fundamental difference, and I would say that he represents,
To
like,
my mind,
libertarian, anti-war,
that would let me
really
know that
coming
I was
at it
on
from
target.
a liberal point of view. And I'm not using that to be shitty and say, like, well, you're just left-wing. I mean, no, like that, everyone's liberal.
Yeah, we are.
Everyone's priors are that they are liberal. They believe that everyone's a blank slate.
Classical
Anyone can
liberal.
believe whatever they want. It's
That's
somewhat
bullshit.
arbitrary. Whereas I am illiberal. I am identitarian.
Yeah, I don't believe that shit either. If black people, they're raised by other black people who act like black people. White people, they're the same thing. Asian people, same thing. To say that an Asian childhood is the same as a black childhood, or a black childhood is the same as a white childhood, is ridiculous. And obviously those differences are going to show themselves in daily life. They're going to be glaringly obvious, and we're all coming to terms with that this minute. Basically, we've been lying to ourselves since the 60s. Everybody wanted to believe that we were all blank slates and everybody could just be whatever they wanted and behave however they want. It's just not true. It's not true. We all do have the will to do what we want and do different things and whatnot. But it's just like the manufacturing consent thing with Noam Chomsky, where Dave Smith always says this shit, and he says a journalist says, well, I work here, and I can say whatever I want, and then he said, well, wait, the fact that you work here, or the fact that you work here, that by the dint of the job, you have to think what you think. If you thought any different, they wouldn't have hired you. You're only here because you're going to spew their talking point that they want. And you're going to do it with gusto and heart and soul. That's the only reason why you'd be there. And it just, I don't know. I've kind of lost my train of thought there. I don't even know where the hell I was going with that, really. It just blows my mind, though, how... I think everybody, even if people don't consciously recognize that this is the conclusion they're coming to, it is the conclusion they're coming to. Nobody believes that blank slate bullshit anymore. Nobody believes that. What happens in your childhood, it has too great of an effect on you. That's why cultures are different. That's why people behave differently than each other. They have different childhoods. They respond to stimuli in a different way. It looks like people are finally waking up, and it's just nice that people are finally waking up.
And I do believe in group strategies, group interests. And in a democratic, open society, these various groups are going to come into conflict, and it's actually rational that they do so. Properly understood, the Jews do have a collective self-interest. Whites have a collective self-interest. Blacks have a collective self-interest. And politics increasingly becomes a forum for those interests to be mediated and increasingly actually to be sharpened and to become a source for conflict. And anyway, so that was very interesting. But it was a really good talk. If you want to watch it, it's on his YouTube channel. It's on YouTube. It premiered this afternoon, and people loved it. I mean, the reaction, I think the feedback was universally positive.
Bullshit.
I also did a stream with Sneeko. I retweeted that. That's on Twitter, and we just kind of hung out. It wasn't like, it was about 20 minutes. So it wasn't a 3.5-hour political debate, but I got to catch up with him a little bit.
It was a 3.5
and
hour
about Sneeko,
fucking
I just
makeout
want to say, I do feel
session.
compelled to say this. You know, I saw a lot of people in the replies. They're giving Sneeko a hard time, and some people are being funny and they're goofing around. But I do have to say, Sneeko has really always been there for me.
What?
And I saw some people in the replies. They were saying,
Dude.
"Oh, Sneeko's gonna have Nick on his Twitter show because he does these daily videos on Twitter. He makes these like they're more like artistic, more collaborations coming up that are finished that will be released.
Hopefully
I think in the coming days. Certainly, I think before next week.
Because they all sucked.
It's a
ass.
veritable blitzkrieg of content. Did you see that clip? I posted that on Telegram. Somebody sent me this clip from Candace Owens' show. And she goes on Twitter before, and this is kind of a good segue. We'll talk about these texts. But on Candace Owens' show, she talks about this tweet. She goes on Twitter and says, "Today is Blitzkrieg Day."
Blitzkrieg Day.
Because
Lightning
she was
War
going
Day?
to release this big evidence in the Charlie
Really?
Kirk scandal. And we know what Blitzkrieg is. If you graduated high school, I would hope you know what Blitzkrieg is or was and what it means.
Right.
She goes on her show and she's reading through her own tweet and she goes, "Yeah. So I tweeted it's Blitzkrieg Day." And I said, "Wait, stop. What did she just say?"
Blitzkrieg. What a fucking moron.
I double tapped.
That can't
Wait, what
be
did she
true.
just say?
She didn't really just...
Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg? It's not, bitch. It's not an omelet. She says Blitzkrieg Day.
What the fuck?
I go, okay, so she can't pronounce that. She goes,
So she's never
and
heard that said
Blitzkrieg,
before.
that's relating to the Germans. It's a strategy of bombardment.
What?
And so we're bombarding them. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she doesn't know what Blitzkrieg is. I'm like, are you serious?
Bro,
I'm
gee
watching
shit, that
somebody
is
send me the clip.
hilarious.
They're like, she doesn't know what, she
Dude.
doesn't know how to pronounce Krieg. I said, in what context? They sent me the clip. She goes, today is Blitzkrieg Day. That's, you know, like the Germans. It relates to the Germans. It's
Oh
a
my
strategy
God.
of bombardment.
Good
Strategy
Lord.
of, what are you talking about? That's not, it means lightning warfare. It means lightning warfare, racing ahead with fast mobile units.
Yeah,
following up with
mechanized
armor.
warfare.
What are you talking
What the
about?
fuck? It's
I think the
heavy
armor went
mechanized
first, then the
warfare.
infantry.
Holy
The
shit.
point being, she goes, it's a strategy of what? You watch every one of these
she's
shows.
stupid.
There's just like a little nugget. There's a little 10-piece McNugget.
And I've known
morsel
this the whole time since she
in
was
the
at Daily
show.
Wire.
I
I
can't
knew
get
she
over
was
it.
just a
Anyway,
fucking dumb chimp.
that's actually a good segue. We'll get into it. Our first big story for tonight is about this Charlie Kirk text, which she unveiled. And you know what? To her credit, whether you want to call it lightning warfare, a blitz, or you want to call it a blitzkrieg and it's a bombardment, whatever you want to call it, however you want to say it,
A
she brought it. She
blitzkrieg.
brought the evidence.
She brought the
Finally.
receipts, did she?
And
Nice.
this is all I've been asking for.
Nice.
I said from the beginning, after Charlie Kirk was murdered, I said, look, if
Hell
there's
yeah.
any evidence at all about his change of heart on Israel, about any potential conspiracy, I said, we need to see the evidence.
Indeed.
We need to be guided by the hard facts, not
Seriously.
speculation, not visual artifacts inside of a live stream. People say that looked like a muzzle flash. You don't know that. You know, it could just be
That's
a low
ridiculous.
resolution stream. From the very beginning, I said we need to be led by the facts and follow where the facts lead.
Absolutely.
And I said from the outset, if the facts lead us to believe that there is some Israel connection or any connection, any conspiracy, I said, I'm willing to go where the facts lead. I'm willing to follow. But from the very beginning, we had very little in the way of facts. From the FBI, they were making some extraordinary claims. Law enforcement says we have videos, photos, written confession, we have DNA evidence, we have the murder weapon, we have a suspect. Okay? Now, granted, and it's important to keep in mind, in this assassination, we have a suspect in custody that the state claims is the killer. They've charged him. Unlike the Thomas Crooks, Donald Trump assassination attempt, they took him alive. What does that mean? It means that they are going to have to convict him in court.
Yeah.
Thomas Crooks is dead. You can't convict him.
Yeah, he's gone.
So you don't have to worry about finding a jury. You don't have to worry about making the charges stick. You don't have to worry about
No
proving
shit.
it
You don't have
to
to
a
worry
jury.
about that
More
person
importantly,
again.
you don't have to deal with that entire process because you don't have a suspect or a killer to try. This is different. The FBI has their man. Now, when you have a high-profile killing like this, it is never the case that law enforcement releases all their information. It just isn't. Because, and the state came out, I think within days of the assassination, and they said something very specific. They said, we have a constitution. They said that the suspect has a 5th and 6th Amendment right to a fair and speedy trial, to a jury of their peers. And I think what he was getting at, if we're being logical, is that if you're trying to convict this guy, you need to convict him before a jury. To get a jury, you need to find a group of people in the state of Utah that is not tainted.
It's not
that
gonna
they
happen.
don't know all the facts. They don't believe he's guilty. You need to find a dozen people in
how
the
are you
state
gonna
of
do
Utah
that?
that do not know enough
How
about
could
the
you do that?
case.
How is it even
that they're
possible?
prejudiced against the suspect. They cannot taint the jury pool. So in an ordinary murder investigation, the state does not release everything to the public because the trial happens in court, not in the press.
Huh.
But in particular, in such a high-profile case, you can't put out everything that you have because you need to find a jury, and then you need to convict him in a court of law before a jury and allow the accused to exhaust all of his legal remedies to the fact that he's being accused for murder. So with that being said, the state is claiming that they have all of this, and that will have its day in court. The state says they have video, photo, a suspect, a murder weapon, DNA, a confession. They have all this. And I understand people have expressed skepticism and doubt about those claims. And I agree. We should not automatically take that at face value.
That's my shit
But all
right
of
there,
those
bro.
claims literally
I
will
love
have
that
their
one.
day in court. And then
Gotta
I
key bind it
assume
right quick.
those things eventually will make their way to the public, but it first must be proven in a court of law because that is our legal process. On the other side, you don't have a ton of evidence. You have a trap door. You have people that are fidgeting at the moment that Charlie Kirk was shot. Some are speculating that they're fidgeting because they're concealing a weapon, or they're signaling to the shooter, or they were activated when the shot was taken to carry out some kind of pre-planned cleanup operation or something like that. There's not a ton in the way of evidence. On the state's side, like I said, they have a guy. They claim to have a weapon, a written confession, video, photo. They say there's DNA on the towel. They identified the gun. Okay, that's what they claim they have. That's a lot of hard evidence. If that's real, that's pretty solid. On the other side, you have people saying, well, that doesn't look like an entry wound, and that's more in the realm of speculation. So anyway, without belaboring it, from the very start, I said we need to follow the evidence. If you have evidence, produce it.
Come on,
and what was
dude.
very
This
frustrating
shit is so fucking
is that
elementary.
the charge
We
on the
need to follow the
conspiracy was being
evidence?
led by
Man,
Candace
really,
Owens.
really illuminating,
And for
dude.
basically 4 weeks.
How long did it take you to come up with that?
Charlie Kirk was assassinated on September 10th. It is October 8th. For the better part of 4 weeks, she had not produced any hard evidence. She has alluded to hard evidence, like the letter, which she never produced. She has alluded to video evidence or maybe other evidence of claims, statements by Charlie Kirk. Up until Monday, we have not seen any of that, and that made me very skeptical of everything that she was saying. But finally, on Monday, she brought the goods, and she delivered what appears to be a completely authentic text message from Charlie Kirk 2 days before he was killed, from September 8th.
Yeah, that's
he was killed on the
true.
10th.
Shank
These are
actually
text
fucking
messages
said
from the
something
morning
that
of
sounds
September
real.
8th, where Charlie
Oh my
Kirk,
God.
very much along the same line as his letter to Netanyahu in May, his remarks on Megyn Kelly in August, and other private conversations he had with other people. These text messages are consistent with that. He is saying that he's being bullied by the pro-Israel lobby. Specifically, they're pushing him to disassociate from Tucker Carlson, and he appears to be defiant, saying that if they are trying to push me around and get me to do things up to and including disinvite Tucker Carlson, he said, I will not be bullied. I'm going to double down. And I'm going to bring not only Tucker, but also Candace, because this is ridiculous. And that's the premise of the text messages. And this is the actual text. This is from Jerusalem Post. It says, quote, conservative commentator Candace Owens leaked text messages
Protest now
suggesting
while
that
it's
Charlie
still
Kirk was
legal.
unhappy with the pro-Israel
Okay.
cause in the days leading up to his death. Allegedly sent to a group
Protest
chat,
now
Kirk's
while it's
message
still legal.
stated that his organization, Turning Point
Okay.
USA, had
And
lost
where's
a
that
Jewish
going to
donor
get you?
after Kirk refused to
Is
disinvite
that going to
controversial
stop it
right-wing
from
pundit
being
Tucker
made
Carlson
illegal?
from an event. He said, quote, just lost another huge Jewish
people are
donor, $2 million per year because we won't cancel Tucker. Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this. They're leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And these are the texts. And I want to say at the very beginning, first, we have to separate out two distinct things here, because there really are two distinct claims. And they're related, but they're not automatically connected. And here's what I mean by that. There are people that are claiming, and I think this is just a fact. I don't think this is deniable, because this is in public and in private. People are claiming that Charlie Kirk was changing his opinion on Israel, or changing his position, his alignment, however you want to characterize it. For Charlie Kirk's entire career, you could say he was part of the pro-Israel movement. He was absolutely pro-Israel, going to Israel, hosting Zionists, and he was intolerant of anybody that went against Israel. He did not dissent against Israel, and he did not tolerate dissent against Israel. And that is what characterized his career, his public and private career, for something like 9 years. 9 to 10 years. He had never said anything really critical of Israel up until October 7th. Never entertained anything Israel critical at his events or in his organization up until maybe, let's say, this year or the previous year. And so people are claiming that suddenly, because of the war in Gaza, the war in Iran, recent developments, like everybody else, they say Charlie Kirk was changing his tune a little bit.
That fucking one
Now,
guy that just is
why he was
always
doing
in my
that and
fucking
how much and in what way,
chat.
that is subject for debate. But broadly speaking, that's the idea, that he was changing his tune a little bit. And I think that is undeniable. That is absolutely true, as evidenced by his contentious relationship with the Israel lobby. They were not happy with him, obviously, as evidenced by his public statements, like on Megyn Kelly, and the way that he hosted Tucker and even Dave Smith at his Turning Point conference in July. The questions he asked Ben Shapiro on his show the morning before he was killed. And now these text messages. Obviously, there was a change happening. But that is altogether separate, or at the minimum distinct from the claim, therefore, that Israel killed him because of it. It is entirely possible that he was undergoing some kind of realignment, and maybe this was just happening at the same time that he was killed. It doesn't automatically mean that Israel shot him for
correlation
this.
doesn't mean causation,
Just because
for
we
sure.
can prove that Charlie was maybe changing his tune a little bit does
Right. What
not
is it?
imply necessarily that Israel shot
Yeah,
him.
people die. That's what
In
happens.
order to prove that Charlie Kirk was changing his tune, we need people that knew him. We need statements. We have that.
Be right back.
We can prove
If
that
anybody's
with
even there,
evidence.
shit.
We have people close to him like Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, who are at Turning Point. We have people like Tucker and Candace Owens. They all claim that privately Charlie had intimated to them that he was changing his mind. We also, like I said, have the public evidence. The Megyn Kelly interview, which was very explicit. We have Tucker and Dave Smith at Turning Point. We have rumors about this contentious argument at the Hamptons retreat in August. We have evidence that he was changing his mind. But in order to establish that there was a conspiracy to kill him, we would need hard evidence that Israel had a shooter there. We would need to find the gunman. We would need to find the murder weapon. We would need to find more than what we have. And that is a separate claim. Did they pull the trigger? Did they activate a sleeper cell? Did they have decoys or patsies? That is something that needs to be proven by the government or by evidence from somebody else, a whistleblower. We don't have that yet. So I want to say that at the outset. Now, to the point about the text messages, what he said in the texts is very interesting. Because specifically he said that the Jewish donors were pulling the plug on Turning Point. And this had already been known to us. I believe the donor goes by the name of
Fuck them donors.
Spillman or Shillman or something like that. He's not a very well-known donor. But there's a Jewish Turning Point donor who this was reported on, I think in the New York Post in the weeks even after Charlie Kirk had been killed. There was a Jewish donor that withheld a $2 million per year contribution and was actually going to redirect that to a different organization. And we knew, even before this text message went out, that the reason this Jewish donor was pulling the money is because the Jews were not happy with Charlie. They saw him as being too lenient to the Israel critics on the right wing, like Tucker, like Dave, others. They didn't like this new line he was taking.
They don't like
whatever
that
it
we
was.
have
If it
freedom
was
of speech
anti-Israel,
here.
Israel
That's
critical,
what they don't
gesturing
like,
towards something more.
motherfuckers.
They didn't like that. They pulled the plug. Now, 2 days before Charlie was killed, he says, well, they are leaving me with no choice. I'm being boxed in. I'm going to have to leave the pro-Israel cause because they are intolerant of what I'm trying to do. And I think what is kind of concealed in that message, or maybe what is explicit actually, is that Charlie did not leave the pro-Israel cause. The pro-Israel cause left him. Charlie would have been happy to keep taking the millions of dollars. Do you think he would have turned down he was obviously not happy about it. He didn't say that the donor, that he refused the donor money. He didn't say that because of my moral objections or my ideological objections, I'm refusing the money. He said, no, this Jewish donor is taking the money. And he's pissed. He goes, I can't believe this Jewish donor's not giving me money. He's being so unreasonable. If they keep doing this, I'm going to have to leave
Within 2 seconds,
the
I got
cause.
2 people in here. Fuck.
But who is the
I doubt
catalyst
it.
in this
I doubt
situation?
it. Ain't nobody watching.
It's the Israel lobby. And to me, this paints us a very compelling picture. And let's piece together the timeline. In May, Charlie Kirk writes this letter to Netanyahu, and it's very obsequious and it's very pro-Israel. But if you read between the flowery language, the preambulatory sort of stuff, it's very interesting what he writes to Netanyahu. He says specifically, you should not subcontract your shilling to me. He said, and you can kind of almost read in it, there is a veiled message. He's saying, look, I'm supporting Israel more than you're supporting Israel. He said, I'm being left out to dry, having to answer these tough questions. He's saying, look, I know you guys are doing the right thing, but you're not helping me prove it. You're not carrying your own water here. I'm having to defend the indefensible.
Good point.
Where are the resources? What's your explanation for this stuff? Why aren't you making the case as or more forcefully than I'm expected to? And there's a line in there, he says, I feel like I defend Israel more than Israel. And he says, I would be happy to play a supplemental role. He said, but we need more natively Israel, pro-Israel content. We need Israeli content creators and news networks to push this stuff. He said, and I'll help you, but I can't be the primary guy anymore. That's like a very interesting message. He's basically telling Netanyahu, like, look, the shilling is becoming a liability.
What it do, cuh?
And this is reflective of the underlying political reality. It's like I said last week. Unlike Netanyahu and unlike some of these pro-Israel people,
what it do, man?
The billionaires, Charlie actually has to go and face the music.
Wait a second.
As your campus organizer, he has to go to the battlefield. He has to go to the college campus where the young people hate Israel.
Hello. Okay, there we go.
And he has to go and not only just show up and take pictures, but he's got to take questions.
Why is the voice mod mic not working?
Now, Charlie is pro-Trump. He's a Republican apparatchik. He wants to go to these events and talk about the Trump-Vance agenda. He wants to talk about the border. He wants to talk about the economy, tariffs. And it's becoming a distraction and a liability.
Hello.
Everywhere he goes, he is dogged by these incessant, tough questions about Israel. And he said this. He said, everywhere I go, half the questions I get are about Israel, and they're all negative, and I'm happy to do it, but, like, I don't want to do it. That was the message of the letter, was you guys are losing the PR war, and it's dragging me down. I got to go and face these kids that hate Israel. And why do you think they hate Israel? It's because you're not explaining yourselves. You're not fighting the battle. I have to clean up the mess, and you can't subcontract that to me anymore. I'm holding all the weight, and you're not. You got to pick up the slack. That was sort of the message in May. Then he hits up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman's a pro-Israel Jewish donor, and they set up this event in the Hamptons. And the premise of the event is they're inviting these Turning Point influencers to the retreat to train them up so that they can then go on the campuses and defend Israel, among other things. And Josh Hammer is there, and Seth Dillon is there, and all the major, Xavier DeRusso, these people that are literally on the payroll, they're all there. And I think, once again, maybe this was in the service of offloading the responsibility to defend Israel to these other people. In July,
what's going on, gentlemen?
backing up a little bit. So he reaches out to Ackman in May. The retreat is in August. In July, Charlie has Tucker Carlson speak at SAS and hosts a debate between Dave Smith and Josh Hammer about Israel. And once again, I think that Charlie Kirk is looking at the situation where you still have a Republican Party that's very pro-Israel, but you also have this very influential element that is very critical. Guys like Tucker, who is unignorable. He's the biggest influencer, the biggest host, has the biggest show, and he's
Tucker
pushing, with many high-profile guests, this very critical line about Israel. And I think that Charlie, at Turning Point, at the event,
and
as
Nick is starting to suck himself,
wanted to show that there could be coexistence.
He's starting to get soft.
Sort of paying lip service to the idea that we are going to be a little more tolerant. The Big Tent can fit everybody inside of it. It was an accommodation for people like Tucker or those that like Tucker, and saying we're still going to have pro-Israel people, but we're also going to open up the tent and we're going to keep Tucker inside of it. And we're going to host this debate and demonstrate that we can still have people maybe from both sides of this issue inside the Republican tent or inside the conservative tent.
Sure.
That was maybe the big action that caused the chafing with the Israel lobby. They hated that Tucker was welcome there. They hated that Dave Smith was there. They hated that Dave Smith won the debate.
Yo, what's going on
And then quickly
there, Verda
after,
and
Charlie Kirk
Nandifo?
was doing damage control. He did a focus group with a bunch of the student
Nandifo.
chapter leaders, and they were venting and airing out, this is what we think about Israel. And I think what Charlie Kirk was doing was kind of showing to the donors and saying, look, this is what I have to work with. He has Tucker and Dave Smith. The donors are furious. They're saying, Charlie, what are you thinking? Tucker's an anti-Semite. Dave Smith is an anti-Semite. How dare you let them at Turning Point? This is out of control. They're furious with him. And Charlie hosts this focus group with the kids. And he has the kids speak, and the kids are saying, what do you think of when you think of Israel? Genocide, Epstein, Mossad. And I think what Charlie was doing with the focus group was to take this to the donors and say, look, this is what we have to work with. You may not like what I did, but this is where 50% of my kids are.
Indeed.
This is where 50% of my student chapter presidents, my student, whatever you want to call them, my youth activists, this is where they are. This is what they think about Israel. And he's telling them, like, Houston, we have a problem. And we're not going to solve the problem for the Republican coalition, keeping it together, being pro-Israel, by banishing these people, banishing Tucker and half of our audience. I think that's what Kirk was doing there, was saying, you can hear it from the horse's mouth. This is what I have to deal with at the debates, at my Turning Point chapters, at my events. And we have to accommodate these people. That's just where they're at, and we got to meet them where they're at. In early August, the first week, he goes to this conference with Bill Ackman, and allegedly they light into him. They're disappointed with his Israel-critical positions. They don't like this dose of reality that he's giving the donors, although he's at this event. And it's within days of this that he goes on Megyn Kelly. And he says on Megyn Kelly, I support Israel. I'm pro-Israel. I'm never not going to be pro-Israel. He said, but being one of the strongest champions that has nothing to prove on that front, Charlie says, now I'm getting called a Jew hater?
Huh.
He's basically saying, how dare
And he was
you?
the opposite.
Said, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, the whole
I'm
time.
carrying water for you. I've done it for years.
That's
I've proven
crazy.
my bona fides on supporting Israel. And now, not only will you not work with me, but you're accusing me of being an anti-Semite?
What the fuck?
He says to her, there's this moment where he says, boy. He goes, you're not going to lose me, but you've really deflated me.
Yeah. Well, I get
That's
that.
about as explicit as it
Certainly.
gets, this frustration, saying, look, I'm being put in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, what's
I've
up,
got
John
to defend your
72?
indefensible stuff.
72.
I also
How you
have to
doing?
walk this tightrope and accommodate half these kids that hate Israel. He says, I'm doing my best. I am American, by the way. I don't actually work for you, even though you give me money. And you're going to call me an anti-Semite and pull your funds? He's saying, wow, how am I supposed to accommodate you any longer?
Yeah, and
then
where
a
else are
month
they going to
later,
go?
This is
Where are
early
they gonna
September.
go?
This is where
Ben
we
Shapiro?
get this text where he says, what the they're pulling the money.
Can they make him any richer?
They are leaving me with no choice. And I think when you put this whole story together, you actually don't see a person who is having a change of heart. Maybe on some level, and Andrew Colvett reacted to the text messages. He's the spokesperson for Turning Point. He said, look, Charlie was against Islam. He was against Hamas and the Palestinians in some sense. He said he supports Israel because Israel is the custodian of the holy sites, the Christian holy sites. He said, and he believed that Israel was part of Western civilization and believed in this like Judeo-Christian thing. And I believe that Charlie believed in all that until he died. That's what Colvett said, and I believe Charlie believed that also. He also reaffirmed that on the Megyn Kelly interview. Colvett said, but his criticisms were that the war in Gaza should end. He disagreed with the conduct of Israel in the war in Gaza, the attacks on the churches, some of the aggressive attacks on the Palestinians. And he disagreed that they were dragging us into a war with Iran. He didn't like that. So I don't believe that Charlie Kirk was pushing against Israel because of this that he turned on Israel. I don't think he turned on Israel. I think, like everybody, he had some qualms about some of the things Israel was doing, but he was willing to work with them. He wanted America to continue supporting Israel, but he was put in this position where there was a whole section of the right wing that broke. Tucker, Candace, the Groypers, whoever, they got way too big to ignore. And as the leader of the big tent, he had to keep everybody happy. He had to accommodate everybody. He wanted to accommodate the donors that were pro-Israel. He also wanted to accommodate Tucker and the actual students.
They're all Arabs. What
and
the
trying to accommodate the students alienated the donors. Charlie tried to keep the tent open and said, look, you're not anti-Semitic for saying Epstein was Mossad. You're not anti-Semitic because you're Israel critical. You can still be a part of Turning Point. He said, you can still call yourself a card-carrying member. I don't want to alienate you. We're going to find a way to mediate your newfound opinions and keep you on side. But the Jewish donors said, no, not good enough. You need to push those people away. And Charlie's trying to say, no, but we really can't. I'm not going to do that, and we can't push them away. And the Jewish donors said, well, then we're cutting off the money. And Charlie said, well, then you're leaving me no choice. If you are not going to be reasonable and you won't let me accommodate everybody, then I have no choice but to abandon you and go further to the other side. I think that is a much more nuanced perspective on what was happening. I continue to believe that he was not turning on Israel per se. I don't even think he was turning on the pro-Israel donors. I think that he was put in an impossible situation, and the donors were breathing down his neck, as they always do. It is the pro-Israel side that is intolerant, aggressive. They're like berserkers. And you see how they are. They're insane. The pro-Israel donors, they're all like Mark Levin. They're all these like weaselly, goblin-esque, vicious
I don't like Mark
haters.
Levin. He lost me.
And you see Mark Levin, he gets on his show and says, Tucker's the worst anti-Semite since Hitler. Like, they're insane. And that's how they all are. And if Charlie is not basically bowing down before the Western Wall, if he's not making 6 million trips back to Israel to kiss the ring, they're lumping him in with the rest. And to me, the real story there is not that Charlie flipped. It's that Israel is alienating literally everybody.
They are, too.
Gradually and incrementally, over time, they're alienating everybody. All these people that started with questions went from 0 to 60 because they were told by the Jews, you can't ask questions.
Well, it's one of those things
you don't
where
support the war, you're an anti-Semite, you're out. And that happened to Candace.
Nobody had anything with Israel. That's
literally what happened to Candace. She was at
Until
Daily Wire, and she
they
said,
asked
you know,
a
I
question,
don't think the
and then it becomes
Palestinians
like
should be
a scab being picked at.
And Shapiro and Clavin and the Jews at Daily Wire get together and
once
say
people
this.
started asking questions, the more obstinate Israel gets, and the more that people want to ask questions.
That's what they said
and
about Candace.
It's like a positive feedback loop of the death of Israel, more or less.
She split. Same thing with Tucker. You could see that even a year ago. Tucker was a little bit reluctant to criticize Israel.
Doing anything they want.
And the heat that he got, I think he was like, now you're pushing forward with Iran. Now you lost me too. Megyn Kelly, same story. Charlie Kirk, same story. Me, 10 years ago, same story. It's that they are pushing everybody away. And I would say that Charlie Kirk, he is somebody that wanted to support Israel, did support Israel, was one of their most loyal supporters, and I think if given the opportunity would have accommodated everybody. Would have accommodated Shapiro and Josh Hammer and Seth Dillon and Bill Ackman, who he reached out to.
And they're just about out of it, too. They really are.
All these guys were trying to get involved, but he was also trying to accommodate the other side. And Charlie was trying to have it all ways, but who vetoed this? It was the pro-Israel side. And that's why in the final tally, the last statement we have on this, it's Charlie Kirk saying, I am being boxed in. You pulled the plug on me. You left me with no choice. You're taking away the money. I'm trying to hold this thing together. You're being unreasonable.
Yeah.
You're going to force me out of the pro-Israel.
They seem to think that
is
It's their way or the highway, and they're what?
Now, with all that
2
being
million
said,
people on a little piece of shit
I
patch
think
of
that
dirt
it
in
makes a lot less
in
sense
the
that they
Middle
killed
East.
him.
How stupid!
Because clearly
They have a death
their
wish?
most
What the hell?
wanted man is Tucker. They hate Tucker the most because Tucker is against them at this point. Explicitly, overtly, vocally, consistently, Tucker, and by the way, they're open about this, he is their number one op. And so I just find it hard to believe if they were going to take somebody out, who's their most wanted? It's not Charlie.
No,
it was Tucker.
it ain't Charlie at all.
So for that reason, I find it hard to believe that they made a move. Here's the other
I
thing.
still can't believe it.
They
Nah.
plied Charlie Kirk with millions of dollars for years. If they wanted his allegiance, don't you think they would have just re-upped the money?
Yeah.
It would have cost them $2 million to keep
Like,
Charlie
what
Kirk
did
on
he
side.
do that left them no other
You know,
choice
they pulled
but
$2
to
million.
whack him?
That didn't work. Okay, publicly execute him and risk getting caught.
Yeah.
Risk getting exposed
doesn't
and
make
blamed
any
and ruin
sense.
everything. Do you think that makes sense?
Even if it
If
did make
2
sense,
days
does
before
that
he
seem
was
smart?
killed,
Does that
Charlie
seem
said,
Jewish to you? Does
they're
that seem
forcing me out.
clever enough to
It
be the
sounds
plan
like,
of
one,
a Jew?
decision
Or are
hadn't
we
been
just
made. Maybe he was just venting.
They're
But
just so
clearly he was
evil,
not
they're stupid too,
resolved
huh?
To turn on Israel, even if he was thinking about it
It's
privately.
ridiculous, man.
It also says that they kind of pulled the plug on him first. It doesn't look like they tried to win him back because there's a menu of options. There's bribery, there's blackmail, there's intimidation. It doesn't seem like they tried any of that. Do the Israelis go from you hosted the guy we really hate to now you signed your death warrant? Again, I'm a little skeptical of that. And unless hard evidence is produced that there is some killer
would
out
take
there
some
that is
hard
on the loose
evidence.
that is not Tyler Robinson, I'm very skeptical that there was that he was really martyred for Israel.
I mean, the
I think
odds
in
that-
reality, and by the way, we don't have to, I'll put it this way. Just because I don't believe that Israel killed him does not mean that this does not shine a light on a bigger conversation, which is that whether they pulled the trigger or not, Charlie dying when he did shined a light on what was
they were
going through
doing.
his head at the time.
Yeah.
It shows us that, like, you know, whether Israel had a hand in his killing, it will ultimately be part of the story of Israel losing everyone.
Yeah.
Losing Western Europe.
They
losing
will
the
look back
world,
on that
losing
day.
Trump,
It will be
losing
a
Tucker,
repeat
Candace,
of World
losing
War
America,
One
losing
when
Charlie
Franz
Kirk.
Ferdinand was shot.
And so we don't need to believe that
Guaranteed.
they pulled the trigger, although I'm open to that if there's evidence to say that they still lost him. In the final tally, they lost him. And it's interesting where he would have gone because it seems that Charlie Kirk was basically becoming a groiper.
What the balls on this fucking kid?
In 2019, the Groiper War was
The
waged.
balls on this
saying,
kid.
You are
Fuck,
too
man.
pro-Israel. You are too pro-legal immigration and
It's awesome. That's
liberal
good.
on race. You're
It's
too
entertaining.
liberal on social issues and not strong enough as a traditional Christian. Over the past 6 years, he became very traditionally Christian and hostile to LGBT, feminism, all of it. So, concession
I
on
wouldn't
that.
say he became
In the
hostile.
past couple of years, he's become very pro-white.
He became a little more
calling for an
hardline.
immigration moratorium, really leaning into racial differences,
You don't
talking
even-
about black crime,
pro-white?
talking about
I mean,
the,
really, that's more like
race in a more
pro-American.
explicit way. Total concession on that. And in his final week on Earth, he was also coming to see it our way on Israel. He said that Jewish donors match all the stereotypes. They're unreasonable. They're in bad faith. They're pushing me out.
You know, it doesn't
Screw
make a
it.
whole
Let's
lot of
bring back
sense
Candace and Tucker.
to constantly be
America
framing
Fest
thing
2025 was shaping up to be the most
you know,
Israel
Charlie
critical
Kirk
event
was
they've
worried,
ever
more
done.
worried about, you know,
it became
or more
AFPAC.
white or more concerned
America
about white
Fest
issues. It's
was
like,
on the verge of becoming
all you're
AFPAC.
doing, Nick,
and
is
Tucker and
alienating
Candace
anybody
and all the speakers were going to sound
that,
like
you know,
Michelle
all the
Malkin
people
in 2019. We're
that
gonna
aren't like
sound
conservative
the Groypers
already,
in
when they hear
2019.
white, they immediately
Now,
think,
that
whoa,
is a
that's an
motive
enemy. So
for
every
Israel
time you
to
say
kill
that,
Charlie
Nick,
Kirk. Motive has
even if
now
what
been
you're saying is
established.
fucking gold,
We very clearly have a motive because
you're running
it
them
looks
off,
like from
man.
all the evidence we have, that is where it was going. We will now never know because Charlie Kirk is dead.
Yeah.
But America Fest 2025 would have been Groiper Fest. It would have been Groiper Pack.
Yeah,
It would have been
I'm sure.
GroiperCon. Bring back Tucker, bring back Candace, maybe bring back Nick Fuentes. And what would that have looked like?
Bring back. You've never been
What do you think
around.
Tucker and Candace would have been speaking about at America Fest, the preeminent, biggest conservative convention in America in December 25, in the middle of the Gaza war, all the goings-ons? It would have sounded like Groiper War, and it would have basically sealed the deal, the Groiper ascendancy in the conservative movement, and in particular the youth movement. Would have been a done deal. Did Israel take him out?
I mean, between Nick
for that
and
reason,
Kurt,
I don't
yeah,
think
he
it's a
would've- they would've had a
non-zero
lot.
chance. I think they had a very clear motive to do it. I don't think it's likely, but I think what has
I
been
mean,
established is a
Of
very
course,
clear
there's
motive
not a non-zero chance.
at the minimum. And I would say
I
what
didn't
we could
watch
say
that dude
more
pull
than
the
that is
trigger.
that Charlie Kirk
I can't
certainly,
say with 100%
I don't know that he was
certainty.
looking to leave the pro-Israel movement, but they did it to
Who killed him?
themselves. This is what they always overplay their hand. This is what they always do. These Jewish berserkers at the ZOA, at Daily Wire, at all these different, this constellation of institutions, the donors, it really is them. It just goes to show, for all the people that say, me or Tucker, whoever, we're obsessed with Israel, we can't get along. It's them. It's they that cannot get along. I have been open and willing to debate any of them. They shut me out. We are willing to host or platform any of them. They shut us out. We are willing and open to be in good faith and honest and even charitable towards them. They get up on stage and say, I'm disgusted to share a stage with you. You're filth. You're horrible. They are so hateful.
Whoa,
they are
did I
so
just do-
intolerant. They are so fucking arrogant. They have done it to themselves. They have Candace Owens, Tucker, the Groipers. We are a golem that they have nobody but themselves to blame. It did not start this way for any of us. Do you think any of us, any of you watching, me, Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith, do you think any one of us woke up one day in America in the 21st century and we, out of a clear blue sky, became really interested in age-old anti-Semitic tropes? We woke up one day and started believing 19th century ancient tropes about Jewish people, these like anachronistic anti-Semitic blood libel? Of course not. We were pushed here.
I dated a Jewish girl
The
when I was
Jews
19.
pushed us to this point.
And
I will
that pretty
echo
much
what Charlie
formed my
said.
opinions
You have
on the
left
Jews.
us with no choice. That's what happened to me.
They like being
That's what happened to
persecuted.
Tucker.
They like
that
being
is
a
what
victim.
happened
They
to
see it
Candace.
as-
For what? For opposing genocide?
It's a point of pride for them
For
to
saying
stand up
America
to
first?
victimization.
For wanting to close the damn
You
borders?
know, they hate the victimization.
They
But if
are
you say,
hateful.
well, why don't you
they
just
are intolerant.
not
They are the unreasonable
shout
ones.
it loud and proud that you're Jewish.
They are obsessed.
How could I do that?
and
I'm so
preoccupied
proud. Well, it's like,
with
well, then you
Israel.
must not hate it that bad, huh?
And as Charlie Kirk said, you have forced our hand. As Charlie said, our
They don't want
patience
to be a part of
has
our
its
group.
limits.
They want their group.
And now we're done. The goodwill of
The door has
Christians,
always been
Americans, Europeans,
They don't want to go
it
through
has
it.
evaporated. So your museums, your victim narrative, your oy veys, you can shove them up your ass. And we're looking at people like Josh Hammer and Mark Levin, and we're saying, listen, motherfucker, this is America. We're looking at Josh Hammer, this ugly fucking goblin, and we're grabbing him by his lapel, this tiny little goblin, and saying, listen, motherfucker, you can go back to Israel. It's America first, bitch. We're grabbing Mark Levin and saying, you had a good run here. You had a good thing going.
Oh, man.
Get with America or get the fuck out of
He
our
surely does
country.
crack me
That's
up.
everybody now. That's
Pretty much.
everybody. We have had enough.
He likes this.
And it takes a lot. Because Americans, Europeans, Christians, we are decent. We see the best in everybody. We are altruistic to a detriment, to a fault.
He's right.
Who cared more about the Holocaust than whites?
Than America.
Meanwhile, they were importing Muslims, and meanwhile, they
The only
were
reason why the
facilitating
Holocaust
the
is
browning
talked
of
about
America,
today
growing the progressive
is
left,
because of us.
a civil rights movement, all this kind of stuff.
If we really wanted to,
And now they want to say the whole world
we
is
could have said
against
nothing to
us.
see
We just
here.
can't catch a break.
Moved right on along.
Fuck you. You know, and I see Josh Hammer and Mark Levin, like Laura Loomer. These are the
Oh, of
people
course we
you
are.
got to think of.
Absolutely.
Who
way
is
too.
the unreasonable one? Who is the
Well,
intolerant one?
our
Who is
debt
the
shows
odious
that.
one between the two? Is it me? Is it Tucker?
Literally
I'll tell you one thing, the
being
physiognomy
Atlas
does a
for
lot.
80 years, holding up the rest of the planet
Who
after
is
they all
wicked?
decided they wanted to murder
Tucker
each other.
Carlson and Nick Fuentes, who I think are pretty honest, reasonable. I think the love of God, the love of Christ in particular, shines through. Maybe not in this exact moment because I'm worked up.
I'd be willing to bet
Or Mark Levin and
the
Josh
Russians
Hammer.
would have gone along
They
with
go
it
in their
too if we
goblin
said, you know
voice.
what, we're going to
You know,
keep this
these
under our hat.
Europeans,
What
they're
happened in
anti-Semitic.
Auschwitz?
They're inherently anti-Semitic. It's
They didn't
in their
like 'em
DNA.
neither.
They're filth. They're utter filth, and they're trash. They're trash.
Even
They're
though
utter
half of Russia,
trash
I
and they're
feel like,
scum.
are Jews.
Who's
But really, I
wicked
think it
here?
was just what it's just
It's them.
the ones running the show.
It's
so to
always
speak.
been them. It has always been them. And they even pushed Charlie Kirk out. And that was why I obstinately refused to believe that, because think about it. Charlie Kirk was their best goy.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Kirk was their number one guy. He rode for them against me. He was calling me a demonic Jew hater in August, and they alienated him.
And they
And
say
that's
it
because
was
all those ugly faces,
the
Josh
biggest
Hammer and
mass
Seth
murder
Dillon
event
and all the rest of them got in his face
ever.
in the Hamptons.
Most people.
And they pointed their fingers in his lapel. They came up to here on his. He was this
Holodomor.
towering
Never heard of
Aryan.
that.
And they said, Charlie, you're sounding like these anti-Semites. It's terrible.
You know, when I was dating
It's
that
horrible.
girl, she talked about
And Charlie said,
goyams and
I
shit
am an
too.
American
Like she
after
let
all. Sort
slip
of like
and
Darth
let
Vader.
the
I'm like
mask
Luke
fall.
Skywalker. He was like Darth Vader.
And I didn't really think
You know, he
too
saw
much
me
about
and
it when
Tucker
I was
getting
that
electrocuted
age.
by
But when I
Mark Levin, and he
started
picked him
hearing,
up, and you know, and
like people like Nick
And then
bringing
he
that
said, "Let
up
me
and
look on you
saying
with
how
my
they
own
think about
eyes."
us, I was like, yeah, they do think
There's
that
something
way
to be said
about
about
us.
that. Anyway,
Absolutely,
so those
they
are the
do.
Charlie Kirk text messages.
I know
Whether
that
they did it,
firsthand.
whether they didn't do it, of course it ultimately matters. We're going to need to see proof for that. If Candace has more, hey, stop engagement farming. And that is all that I say. As far as Candace is concerned, here is my frustration. If she's producing these text messages, it needs to be done. Thank you for producing the texts. But for the love of the truth, stop engagement farming it. She goes on Twitter the other day and says, should I release more names on my show tomorrow?
If you have news, you let it out.
Why are we
What
playing
the
this
fuck are you doing?
If you have evidence, you got to put it out.
You gotta put it out. Ace.
And she's coming up with this convoluted, it's
Otherwise,
five-dimensional chess.
it's
I
going
had
to
to
come
make
out
them lie,
anyway,
then prove
and
them
you're
wrong.
everybody's
Okay,
going to look
fair
at
enough.
you and go, "Who, you
gotta put the
motherfucker?
evidence out now. It's getting to be a
How
little.
dare
and
you?
It's been for
Who
a
the
minute.
fuck do you think you
It's
are?
coming
You know,
across now like a
holding
grift.
fucking withholding evidence
Why are
from
you
the public
censoring
and
the names
shit.
of the people in the chat? You got to show us what you got. Show us the names. Show
Oh,
us the
yeah,
other
yeah, yeah.
screenshots.
Yeah.
You got to take it seriously and treat it with the gravity that it deserves. You got to show the information. And she
I always just
responded to
heard
me
it
saying
termed
that she
as
didn't
the
even
Great
answer the
Famine
question.
Great Famine of
She
Ukraine.
says, federal informant Nick Fuentes
the
says, why
Russians
did I not release
basically
the
starved the
information immediately?
Ukrainians
She
to
said,
death,
well, it's
pretty
sort of
much, right?
obvious. No, it really isn't, actually. Aren't you the one talking about, you know, the truth? We need the truth to be revealed. Okay, well, you need to put out the evidence then, if you've got it. You didn't put out the letter. You waited for the New York Post to publish that one. You didn't put out any evidence on the Hamptons. You waited for Bill Ackman to do that.
She's stupid.
So we want to see the rest of it.
She's just not a very smart
But she'll,
person.
you know, she's Candace first. Whether she put out a good receipt or not.
She is.
She is so up her own asshole. It's all about, she's milking the shit out of this. She's making it about her.
He's got her pegged.
We could tell her, we could shame her until eternity. We could shame her until Jesus comes back telling her, stop being a hypocrite, stop milking this for attention.
It's not even that. She thinks the sun shines out of her ass. That woman legitimately thinks she's in a movie, she's the main character, that she's God's gift to earth, that everybody just can't wait for her. I mean, it's so gross the way you can just see how it all went straight to her head. It all went straight to her head. You know, at the very beginning, I think she probably had a few, she did have a few of her own thoughts, that made sense. That's why she was raised to the level she was. And then it just went straight to her head, and it was like, she just forgot that she's a fucking mortal, that she's human or something, and now everything is about her. Charlie dies, it's about her.
Money and clout. Just released the evidence. She's going to do what she does best. She's going to milk it for her own benefit, and I think that's what she'll do in the future, which is a shame. I don't think that it needs to be that way, but that's how she operates. So anyway, so that's that. I don't know that we're going to get into the Israel peace deal. I think we're about an hour and a half in, so we'll have to save the Gaza peace deal for tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Just because this was the text messages was a big deal to kind of lay out the whole timeline here. So I'm just going to change the title on the
Lord
show.
of mercy.
And then we'll take a look at our super chat. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. Get set up first. Yeah, and like I said, we will tackle the Gaza peace plan. It's still sort of in flux now anyway.
This fucking guy.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. All right, let's see what we got. First super chat's in about a week.
Why More Palestine sent $200, showing support as always. God bless.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. W Palestine. Hopefully you guys can catch a break finally.
Damien88 sent $25. I don't want to get made fun of, so I'm not going to try to be funny. New fan, thanks for the great content.
Yeah, don't try to
Thank
be
you very
funny.
much.
He'll
I
just
appreciate
fucking
you not
roast your
trying to be
ass.
funny. Probably wouldn't work.
If you want him to be like, thanks, have a
Since the
good
terms Glorify
day,
and Nick Fuentes are now banned
you
on
just
TikTok,
shut
what
your
if we did and
mouth.
starting calling ourselves as Jews or Jupers?
Keep
And
it
then
to
your name could be
yourself.
like you love or fun guy. Just freeballing ideas, but this way we could skirt the ban.
Just
Full proof?
freeballing ideas. You mean
That sounds very
spitballing?
foolproof. Great idea.
This month, October 29th, the Netherlands will have parliamentary elections.
What a
Message for the
doofus.
Bridgers. Make sure to vote FVD, Baudet Party, and do everything you can this month to support them. Campaigning, donating, etc. Down with the Zionist right. PVD/BBB
Down
21.
with the Zionist
Sorry for the plug.
right.
Much love
Fuck
from
those guys.
No, I appreciate the plug. We love FVD. Oh, my hair is a mess.
Come on, where the fuck is...
I just noticed that.
There we go.
Absolutely. No, we support FVD. Absolutely. Go out and vote.
Operation Wetback 2.0 sent $25. We successfully got the Daily Herald's comments section shut down. We pressed them on their enforcement on hate speech, and the editor Lisa Friedman Minor was forced to remove the entire function on their site because they couldn't defend their own does on issues of Jewish power, immigration, crime stats, etc.
I don't really know what that is, but I'll have to check that out.
White ass nigga going hard as fuck sent $20. I'm young and fortunate enough to buy my own house away from usual suspects. The private company I work for is being bought by BlackRock for billions. God is really testing me. Nick, can you drive stick shift? It's blast.
No, I can't. I never had
That's
a
pretty-
manual
What?
car.
This dude's never driven a
Only
fucking
automatic.
stick shift?
But I've always wanted
Bro.
to try.
Go
It's hard.
fucking
I've tried. I
try
have,
one, you
paddles
pussy.
on my car. It's a 10-speed.
What a queer.
And so it's got the paddles on the
Little
steering wheel,
homo.
and I
Fuck
try it
off
every
with them
now and
paddle
again, but
shifters.
I have nobody to teach me. I don't know how to do
Unless
it,
you got a
so.
Ferrari, you don't need that shit.
So just automatic for me. I recognize it's not really like driving. You're not really driving if you're not doing the gear shifting yourself.
No, it really
Because the
isn't.
transmission's doing all the work.
Up the RA sent $20.
Pretty
I
much.
hear the rapture is only an evangelical interpretation.
No, I don't want to fucking watch this bullshit. Oh, there we go. Alright, let's get down with the getting down. Wait a second. Where the... Oh. That's what that is. Oh, wow. There's a picture of fucking Nick. There's a picture of the old devil himself. The fuck? What the shit? Huh. That's weird that it shows it like that. Hang on, let me fucking flip myself around right here. What is it? No. Transform, is that it? Yeah. Come on now. There we go. Booyah. Look at these fucking couple of dorks, man. Look at these two fucking dorks. Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. They look like dad and son, bro. Holy. Oh man. Look at these fucking dorks. Oh good god. Look at him with his acid wash blue jean fucking puffer with the popped collar. Oh my god, bro. I'm dying. Like, dude. Wow. Wow. Look, how many TVs can they fit in the same fucking picture, for Christ's sake? And there's this little YouTube setup over there. Oh, shit, you can't see it. Wait, hold up. His little YouTube setup. How do I shrink this motherfucker up? Dude. There we go. There we go. Look at this fucking couple of dorks, man. But you see up in the corner, there's his little YouTube cubby. His little YouTube cubby hole. Oh, cute. Look how cute it is. He got a little cubby hole where he could talk to the people. Damn right he does. Tickling his sphincter. Look at them. Nick. Oh, he looks legitimately pleased. He looks like that's a get me the fuck out of here look. That's what that is, dude. That's a please get your arm off of me, Jew. Come on, you know that's what Nick's thinking there. He's like, holy fuck, how far have I fallen, man? I'm standing next to this fucking dork Jew. Like, damn. What's up with Nick and those fucking, the thumb bone? Like, fuck, his hands are like, I mean, they're not weird. They're just very handy. I don't know how to put that, but like, they're very different. I mean, not different, but just very. It reminds me of in Zoolander with the hand model that David Duchovny played. And I mean, really, I can't talk shit. I have a fucked up, really bad hand from I wrecked a motorcycle and just shattered it. Like, it still works, but people notice. You know, you can see it if you look at my hand like closely or for a few seconds. You'll see that it's fucking busted.
Yeah, he found out the hard way too.
I know.
It's kind of like my thing. That's like
ruining people's lives.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, October 6th?
Nick Fuentes is here, showing him around the city, going to take him to the Comedy Cellar. I told him, wear that Leonardo DiCaprio hat when you walk out. This is liberal center of the world.
Man, why the fuck
you like stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I've never seen it live before.
Oh, really? Your first show? This is the best club in the world. And we got the comics table in the back. Cool. But yeah, there's going to be some Jews performing and some trannies performing.
Oh, no problem. Love that.
It's a basement in New York, so they love the tunnels.
Have you ever done stand-up comedy yet?
Not here at the stand at another club. I used to do stand-up before COVID.
You like it?
I love stand-up, yeah. It's the same thing as streaming.
Yeah, simple.
Yeah. Who are your favorite comedians?
I like Louis C.K. a lot.
The GOAT.
Yeah, I think he's probably the greatest in our generation.
Jewish, Hungarian, Mexican. Yeah, I used to like Bill Burr too. He fell off hard.
Big time when he got married.
Yeah.
What about you? Who's your favorite?
Louis. Chappelle sometimes, but he's starting to fall off a little.
Thank you.
Nice guy. One fentanyl hit. Oh, you know what's the best? Patrice O'Neal.
Oh, yeah, he's my favorite.
We went to watch the new Ye documentary. I was filming it and we all got kicked out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
At the theater? Well, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. They had us spying on a camera from the top. I didn't know.
Did you go back and see the whole thing?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Are you in it at all?
I don't think so.
I never saw the guy that made it.
Nico Ballesteros. Yeah, he was filming mostly from like 2017 to 21.
Okay.
I really don't want you to get recognized though, bro.
Yeah, me neither.
You're feeling that's pretty high up. You're feeling pretty ballsy with that. Leo will have it like down.
I'll put a little
yeah, there you go. This is like liberal fucking center of the world right here.
Yeah, give me the glass. We got to do it or do it. We got to fully send it. Thou shalt not send.
See, I'm fine. I can talk about the same stuff, but the minority card, it's a privilege.
privilege, man.
It is.
People don't talk about mixed privilege.
Black privilege.
It's great, man. Find it everywhere. I'm surprised you've never been to a comedy show.
Yeah, no. I don't know.
Yeah, when you said like you want to do something fun, I'm like, what the fuck does Nick do besides listen to Drive and be the bug man? Yes, sir.
You guys ready?
Come out, $20 at 10. 20 push-ups. Come out, I you $20. Sir, come out, please, sir.
I don't have anything. You said you do 20 push-ups?
I do 20 push-ups at $20. 20 push-ups.
I just never heard that before.
I do 30 push-ups, man.
What are the morals of that? Is that morally wrong?
Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. 330?
Yeah, that's part of it.
All right. 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, look at that.
21, 22, 29, 30. Go. Thanks, bro.
Thank you, man. Enjoy that point. Can I get it for you? Yeah, sure. You're Christian, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Nick Fuentes?
Nah, I don't.
Nah,
nice to meet you, bro.
Hey, Dave, have a good night.
Hey, what's up, man? Thanks.
How you doing, man?
What's with the camera?
I don't know who that is. What's with the camera?
A lot of Trump hate among the comedians. Anti-woke, but also anti-Trump.
W?
Yeah. You could tell David hated Mom Donnie.
Yeah.
There's a way to do the woman at podcast this station.
Oh, nice. You do it in the
station.
Oh, yeah. You get security when you do that?
Yeah.
It's good that you do it in the subway because you don't have to worry about like snipers, like long range.
Sure.
Because it is a controlled environment, even though there's a lot of people. You only have to worry about that like line of sight from eye level.
Yeah, one time someone threw some water, but and because there's stairs right behind me, so they like threw water up and ran away. And that was only one time in 5 years.
It's disarming that you're visibly not white too.
Yeah. So wondering what the ethics of that homeless guy doing is.
Sorry.
I think it's because he offered. Because he offered it. Yeah.
Sorry. Could I say something though? If you'd have gone down and did something with him,
that would have been better.
It would have been better because it shows you're willing to get on his level.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
By the time I realized he was at 25 and he was doing 30, so
I've met you in LA, Miami, Mallorca, Detroit, notoriously, and now New York.
Yeah, man. We've been friends 3 years now, I think.
People ask me, I don't get a lot of girls in my DMs.
I never did, but then all of a sudden,
Spanish friends.
past couple months, it's just been
I've got black friends. Sneeko, he's my friend.
Like wife application, like, hey, I'm a Catholic, 22 years old. But I don't know, I don't like being solicited by a woman like me. You know what I mean?
You never get like someone's mom or dad DMing for them.
No,
Let's
dude.
face
I get that
it,
sometimes.
come on, guys. Have you ever heard Nick Fuentes say anything positive about a female or even the opposite sex, period? I have personally never heard it. Now to me, I don't know, it doesn't quite make you gay, but I don't know, it doesn't quite make you straight neither, does it? These guys, they gotta bring blow-up costumes, otherwise everybody would see what fucking creepy losers they are.
I said this on the Charlie Kirk show. After Charlie got shot, I think there was a real threat of like war. I think there still is, because left-wingers are shooting people and blowing stuff up, and eventually a right-winger's going to retaliate, and then is it going to be like the 60s and 70s? That's a question. But I said on my show after Charlie died, the important thing is, let's get a new consensus of people that don't want that.
Yeah.
That don't want war, that don't want their opponents to die, that don't want to murder each other. I said, I'm Christian. I don't believe in murder. I don't believe in revenge. I said, and not all people are Christian, and not all Christians believe that, actually. And so I think moving forward, there needs to be
not everybody.
an uncomfortable coming together of people that have grievances, legitimate grievances with each other, but who both want harmony, want to live in peace, don't want bloodshed. Leaders from both sides to come together. This is a simple question. Think about it. If no country on earth is able to tell Israel what to do, what can we conclude about the earth? It's an easy question. Don't overthink it. If every country in the world and all of its people
Want
The Jews
Israel to
run the
stop
world.
doing something, but no one can get them to stop. What can we logically conclude? What must we conclude about the world? I don't mean to perpetuate any anti-Semitic tropes, and I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but this is just like logical. Doesn't that seem to imply, wouldn't that
Oh shit! Damn! Fuck, that possum went nuts, man.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys. Because 2 years ago,
They're killing us.
or
They're
back
killing
in
us, Mr.
2020, by
Trump.
the way, I was censored for my reporting on
President
Antifa
Trump.
here in Washington, D.C.
being
We're talking
butchered
about how
like-
safe it
like
is
cattle in
now,
the
Mr.
street,
President.
Mr.
It wasn't so safe back then.
It's not
Back in
safe.
2020, I watched as
not
a
safe for
father
us
was
ladies
being mobbed
anymore.
and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on, and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C.
That would suck, not gonna
And
lie,
by the
that
way,
would suck.
if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that,
Fiery but
CNN.
mostly peaceful.
The reality
My
is that it
ass.
was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years,
And then you have the
Antifa has been
J6 shit
wreaking
go
havoc
down,
on
not one
law-abiding
fucking
and
fire in
innocent
the whole
American
thing, and
citizens,
those guys were
and it
straight
needs to
up.
end. Now,
They
I'm
were
with Turning
fucking
Point USA. It's an
insurrectionists that
honor
wanted
to
to
be
bring
here,
down the
Mr.
entire
President. Thank you guys
country.
so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table. Because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted.
If that's true, and I'm assuming Candace isn't posting a screenshot that's made up. I think Candace has more integrity than
Because
that.
you can't
So
legislate
if that's
everything.
true,
There has to be.
man, Josh Hammer and these guys have been being
some-
really dishonest
room
about what
for,
really happened with Charlie
people
Kirk.
to
And I will
be-
tell you this story. I don't know if you've heard this before. I apologize
Yeah,
for
so
I have
some
told this
things
before. But so my only experience
can't
where I
be,
debated Josh Hammer twice. I think I was telling you this outside and then we got distracted. But so the second time I debated him was at this Charlie Kirk event. And the whole time Charlie Kirk was just like, look, I really want to keep this civil and not be a mudslinging thing. And I go, absolutely, no problem. I think I'm very much like you. In that sense, I think we're very similar, that we're both kind of guys who actually really do care about the ideas and the issues. And if you approach us with let's debate these, it will 100% of the time be a substantive conversation. However, if you want to...
How bad do you need $7,000?
Bad. The other thing too, I think America needs to just understand is if we don't fix this, we're gonna be like Canada. In Canada, you go to Toronto, you think you're in India, bro. It's what's going on?
I thought Brampton was India, but
Yeah, it's like, and if you want to lose your country, then cool. Let's just let more people in and be super woke and be like Canada and UK.
There's a lot of weaponized empathy in this country. There's a lot of suicidal empathy.
I was gonna say I would call it suicidal.
The politicians use weaponized empathy, on
Yes.
you, and that has instinctually given a lot of people a certain level of suicide.
I'll give you another example. When I was on the southwest border, right? I was in Laredo, I've been in McAllen, I've been in El Paso, all these different places on the southwest border. You don't feel like you're in America. No one speaks English. You go into the bathroom there. In Mexico, they don't have plumbing, so everyone takes their wipes their ass and puts it in the little waste basket.
Yeah.
They don't flush
That's
it.
so disgusting.
All the waste baskets are filled with shit thing.
Oh.
But that's an example of what I mean, where people come to the country, even though they're in America, they forget, I'm in America. They don't learn the language, they don't assimilate, they bring their stupid customs with them. So that's an example of what I mean, where if we continue with this in this trajectory, this will not look like America anymore. And if you don't believe me, you want to get a taste of what it's like, go to Southwest Texas, go to Southern California, and you'll see. People don't speak English if you feel like you're in Mexico, dude.
Before long, Bad Bunny's doing the Super Bowl for you,
dude. Yeah, and
learn
Spanish. Like, he's a fucking Puerto Rican. That's the thing that kills me. It's like, bro, you're an American. Like, you have our
speak
passport.
English, dummy.
Like, you need to speak English. And it's like, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is the gall that people have, right? Like, where it's like, no, you're gonna learn my language, whatever. It's like, no, dude. Like, we need to go back to telling people, like, dude. Okay, we need to bring racism back. I hate to say, we're still on the main show, so I'll chill. But we need to bring racism back.
We need to bring racism back.
Actually, the statistics, they are not what you might believe, or maybe you would believe them. There's a very popular stat that's been circulating for years that says that on average, 1 out of 22 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. 1 out of every 22 black men, this is according to FBI crime statistics, will commit a murder in their lifetime. That's just under 5%.
That's insanity.
So if you go to, let's say, for example, a public school in Baltimore or Chicago,
see, I don't like to use the
wherever there's
buzzwords
a
myself.
large population of American blacks, Atlanta.
The ones that are just like the
trendy,
trendy, where I try not to use them because, man, don't they just get
into a black an auditorium, a classroom where they're mostly
he comes up with a pretty clever term, suicidal empathy.
If there are 30 students,
and it just
40 students in the classroom,
conservatives can't get through a conversation without using it.
2 of them will turn out to be murderers. That's how disproportionate it is.
Shane McGillis, Shane, you fought this fire for 3 hours.
Yeah. It was pretty.
The picture I'm about to show you is pretty controversial. They finally surfaced photographs of Donald Trump grabbing up, and I'm disgusted.
I'm disgusted.
He is supposed to be the president of the United States, and yet this is what we have. We have a guy that goes around grabbing pussies.
Her name was Kitty, made her money.
I didn't even see it. Who cares?
I don't think that's an accurate representation of what's happening. I'll start with the flag burning thing. Donald Trump's executive order did not make it illegal for flag burning. I gotta be honest, I didn't see that clip, but given that last week CNN told me children were being zip-tied and that didn't turn out to be true, I don't want to comment on if that's true or not. But Americans are very
comment on if the clip is true.
On what the context of the clip is.
I mean, he was
on the flag burning issue.
On the flag burning
issue,
and I agree with you. The flag burning EO is nonsense.
It is nonsense.
But in his mind, he thinks that it outlaws flag burning. And
I don't think he thinks that. I think it's just a tongue-in-cheek comment, and I think Americans are extremely disheartened. We are coming up on the 250th anniversary of the greatest country ever created, and to see people burning the American flag is not good for the patriotic spirit. To his comments about Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson, let's be clear, impeding federal law enforcement officers from doing their job is serious and should be taken seriously. I have a problem that we're sitting around tonight talking about a tweet instead of focusing on the fact that there are agents having their cars rammed into, they are having bricks and rocks thrown at them. That video you played in the first segment about the pastors and priests, they were throwing items at the law enforcement officers.
That's what I said, but there's also no corroboration of that, so I think we should just...
Cornell was this fucking jerk off, this guy.
Hey, if there are body cams, I would like to see it.
We're trying to have a conversation here, brother.
That corroborates that part of it.
We're trying to have a conversation. You ain't trying to get to the truth. You ain't trying to get to the truth, brother. This man, go ahead and make your butt appears. Go ahead and make your butt, man.
Maybe it has no force whatsoever. But in his mind, he wants to outlaw flag burning, which is constitutionally protected.
I can see that dude fucking.
And yeah,
I mean, I can just see his face right up. Oh my
Brandon
God,
Johnson and Pritzker, and how they are responding to Trump. But he was saying they should go to jail. That doesn't cross the line for you?
Well, I think that impeding federal law enforcement, when we have a country that voted last November for law and order to be restored, and they are actively impeding it, creating sanctuary cities. Cook County, you actually touched on this earlier. Cook County with the detainer request, they do not honor ICE detainer requests. So when they're actively impeding law enforcement, it should be taken seriously. Whether or not that means jailing someone, I don't know. But it should be taken serious.
I mean, you can't be like, well, maybe they should be jailed. I mean, should they be jailed?
The United States is owned by foreign corporations. Nixon opened it up for foreign trade. And when Nixon opened up for foreign trade, the people of Europe and the common markets in Spain and different places, they don't care about the United States for us.
Anybody this guy just wants to talk.
In short,
I don't care how you slice it. This man is telling the truth.
You all choose to live
in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican Mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Tren de Aragua, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage, are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people in their neighborhood, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who invaded our homes and our country.
Huh. Bunch of morons. Oh man, what the fuck, dude? That was awful. This is fucked up. This is fucked up, man. Oh man, that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up, man. Come on. This ain't right. Yeah, at least, and you know it's funny, women can't do it back to men.
Yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yeah.
Alex, can you just say you were wrong and I was right? Because I knew about this stuff and there's more stuff because I told you that we were doing a joint investigation with Candace Max Blumenthal and there's more information, including some stuff. If you'd like, I can even mention some people by names now that'll give me permission on information. Can we admit that when I was saying there are things that we know, which you and Ezra made it like, what do you know? This is not the end of it. And I'm not saying this happily. I'm not Breland Hollyhan smiling about Charlie Kirk being dead. I'm smiling because I want justice. And I told you on the last show, I said, everybody thinks that Israel is linked or Israeli interests are linked. I'm not saying it because, you know, we've been legally threatened.
When I've been wrong, I'm happy that I'm wrong. I haven't seen this evidence. Now that we're seeing evidence point that way, I'm covering it. So you're like, well, I can't show you the evidence. Before I see it, I can...
And then we're supposed to believe that he had that dramatic switch. He went from I'm done to like, hey, love ya, how can I be of more service to you? And then in that exact same day, he was texting people saying they're gonna kill me. On the same day that he's on this Zoom call, in fact, this night Zoom call.
Yeah, that dude in the frog suit. It's funny to see that dude get slick and spray that little fan.
At the same time,
get his ass. Like, bitch, you can go ahead and enjoy it, motherfucker. Your little fucking bubble boy full of mace. Enjoy, bitch.
We're supposed to deduce from this that by they, what he really meant was Tyler Robinson. He meant they, them. Duh. Like a non-binary person or trans person. They were going to kill him. That was what he had a feeling about. Everything else was just completely irrelevant. He just had a premonition.
Gosh, she's so clever,
I resented the fact that there's no appreciation for nuance. Like if you ask any questions about any decision of the Israeli government in any place regarding settlements, regarding Gaza, whatever, you were like, you had deviated from the script. And I just, in any policy area, I had resentment over that. And then I saw the way the AIPAC worked, and that was weird for like a country lawyer like me. I remember my first AIPAC reception, and like your fundraiser tells you have to go, and your chief of staff tells you have to go, your committee chairman will tell you have to go, and you get there and you wear this name badge, and I remember there's a QR code on it. And what we were supposed to do was go talk to donors, and then if they liked you, they scanned your QR code to make a donation, like on the spot. And so can you just imagine how demoralizing that is to like be told that your job for the next several hours to go chat people up, hoping they would scan you like a can of tomato soup on the way out of the meeting.
It's literally purchasing.
Right. And so I saw that and I was like, wow, that is so freaking weird. And then, I was in Israel. I went multiple times, and I did not like the fact that I found someone in my room rooting around in my stuff that should not have been there at the King David Hotel when I came back to my room when no one was expecting me to be back in my room. And I just
presumably Israeli law enforcement.
I don't know who it was. I just thought, like, this is weird. All of these things combined are odd, and then the policy outgrowth seems to be an obsession about the Middle East that has not served my generation well. I just don't...
Can I just point one thing out?
That's a good point.
That has struck me now, 45 minutes into this.
For sure.
You have had to fact check Phil, Brianna significantly tonight. Because there's so many allegations that are talking points that we hear about on other networks that are just not supported by the facts.
You're not going to sit here and fact check us when you spread the Russia collusion hoax. Come on.
I didn't actually fact check you. Abby did. She knows it. She knows it better than I did. But I think that's part of the issue that we are having is that we're picking out, some people are picking out anecdotal stories that are not supported with any evidence or
Congress
proof.
of your own party protesting at ICE.
Well, can I just finish? I'm happy to let you speak.
The reality is, you just poked at me, but I'm telling you right now, you've got members of your own party showing up at protests, members of Congress being arrested for protesting at ICE facilities, and you want to poke at us as to whether or not we're being fact-checked?
That don't look too
Democrats
good.
have got the wrong side.
These are the people that are supposed to be making the
You're
laws.
on the wrong side of history on all of this, and you know
They're out there
you're on the
breaking them.
absolute wrong side of history. Your party ruined the border control policies of this nation. You let 11 to 12 to 13 million people stream across the border, and now we're dealing with it.
I can guarantee you,
and you don't want to deal with the
that
fact
you
that
are
we're
on the
having to
wrong
deal with
side
it.
of history because this president is authoritarian and he is a fascist.
Okay, that is assassination prep language. That is
You know,
I'm
being
sorry.
that this
There
is
is
a
violence against
democracy,
Republicans.
Inciting violence.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Am I right or am I wrong in saying if the modern American decides they don't want democracy anymore, do they not have the choice? Because I see Rob Reiner and all these guys talking about we're going to lose our democracy. Well, my dude, you've already had your democracy. How about you let us have ours? You know, how about you let go of the fucking mic, bro? Let somebody else have a turn on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm almost 100% positive. I mean, I'm pretty convinced that Gen Z, they go way harder right than anybody even realizes. And they've been tamping that feeling down since before World War II. It's the exact same feeling. Ever since these materialist, atheist, disgusting people, like progressives, came about with the advent of Darwin in the theory of evolution. Also Nietzsche, Marx, these guys that come around, it all stems from a godless vanity that humans can figure it all out with reason, that with enough time and enough thought, we can sort any problem out. And it took over a century to learn it, but by God, we've learned it. And if it was just a little, a sort of a flare-up, if you will, in there, because, you know, it's been going on since the mid-1800s. It was going on hard all the way through Teddy Roosevelt, through FDR, and then the Nazis said, enough, we're not fucking doing this shit anymore. They were willing to die over that shit, and the most people ever died from anything, destruction of man, that was caused there. And really, I think that it was just a human impulse to say, no, this ain't right. No, the way you're trying to take us ain't right. We don't want it. and they stamped it down, and they propagandized against it. Elia Kazan, every villain in every movie since World War II has been a conservative somehow or another. If you've ever seen a face in the crowd, if that doesn't convince you of what I'm saying, then I don't know what will. The propaganda coming out of World War II, they realized they had a very, very hot potato on their hands. And when they finished that war, they didn't just, that's it and go back to, let's go back to living. No. They went so fucking hard on the propaganda to try and ensure that this liberal order that they had created survived. And they've been stamping it down and stamping it down and tamping it down, just like a pipe or something, just tamping this tobacco ember down. Well, it's come to a head at this point, because if you know any Gen Z men, if you think you know what a conservative, if you think you've met conservatives, now, you know what? They're not conservatives. Because conservatives, they're not talking about the shit that Gen Z boys and men are. They're talking about fucking just gladly handing up some of their rights, or all of them. If it's it, because you know what? I think to them it's a lot better than what they've got now. They're, and really, if it is our democracy, do we not have a right to say, yo, we want to suspend democracy, do what we want to do, and then resume democracy? Can we not just institute martial law and do what the fuck we gotta do, and then turn the law back on? It can be done, right? This is a democracy, right? We get to do what we want, right? The Democrats, they talk about our democracy all the time, and it's like, is it still going to be your democracy when you get voted into prison? Because that's on the cards. These motherfuckers, they think that somehow, like, humans have evolved from their baser animal. No, motherfucker. Some of these Gen Z kids, man, they would love to see you go to prison. These Democrats, they would love to see these people thrown in prison. Well, Nietzsche, it's not that he wasn't prescient, it's not that he didn't see what was happening. He saw it clear as day. He saw it too. The only thing is he seemed to think that we could be better than we had been. Somehow. It's not the case, though. We're still animals on the inside, still evil in ways, and still have the same sins and all that stuff. And the whole God thing, that's just more or less, that's a way. It's a construct. You can fill a construct with anything. You know what I mean? And humans automatically anthropomorphize everything they see. We anthropomorphize fucking toothbrushes and shit. We think of our toothbrushes as beings. So, whether there is a God or not, we're going to think of the world at large as God. We think of everything as a being. And when we look at the world, we see something beyond the scope of our understanding. Therefore, it's a higher. It's obviously a being. We call toothbrushes beings, and it's a higher being. So, I don't really like the whole semantics of God. It's like, yo, let's just fucking call it what it is. You know what I mean? It's an argument that people had for a long time, and there's a damn good reason why they came up with the word God. There's a damn good reason why they did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, God sums up a big fucking scope of ideas succinctly too. And like I said, we think of everything as another human. So, is it crazy that we think of the universe as a being? Is it even like impractical to think of it as a being? Yeah, I mean, really speaking to God is, to me, it's like speaking to God. Maybe the universe has told me something, or I've had an epiphany, a moment of clarity, a fundamental, realization. I mean, those all could be, those all fit the definition of talking to God. Those all fit that definition perfectly. So to me, it's just like, us humans, really, we're all human. None of us knows anything the other one doesn't know. Yeah, with Zeus and whatnot. Yeah. But I mean, we anthropomorphize everything. We would have done it with God. We did it with, even the gods of other. How many different pagan tribes thought of weather as a god, as a being that they could upset, or that they could cajole, or they could pay off to. That's how people were. That's how people are, man. They see everything as just another being like they are. Even aliens always look like us. We can't even fathom another living being that isn't like us. That doesn't have a head with with eyes and a face and two arms. Like the whole aliens with the little antennas, but they have the big, the typical alien and the big crazy eyes. I mean, it's just a fucking human that's like all the fucking features are stripped from it. And you just have this sleek body. Like sometimes I'll like think about what it would be like if we saw if like the way that thermal imaging is for the predator. What if we saw in like electromagnetic, what I mean, like in electromagnetic fields, or like fucking electromagnetic fields, and there's or sonar, and I'll be like imagining what it would look like, and how it would be, how it would feel or be. And it's kind of interesting, it just kind of takes you down some, or like, you ever thought of, like, I remember reading this one time, that humans, that we can pick up the scent, that shit and rotting, feces, rotting or dead flesh, several different things that smell, all the things that smell like that, there's a certain like amino acid, or there's a certain chemical or organic matter that causes that smell. And we pick it up in like 1 part per billion or something. When we smell it, we can smell one part in 1 million, or 1 part in 1 billion. And I've often thought, because that's how dogs smell with everything. Could you imagine such a thing? Where everything smelled as foul or as extreme as dog shit. Everything stung your nostrils in that way, or at least hit you like that, or like skunks. Skunks, they produce that shit too, whatever it's called. But I've thought of that, like, you can empathize with a dog, a bloodhound, and understand what that would be like to have such acute sense of smell that you could be, like pepper could really bother you, like it's like mace to a dog. And with hearing as well, like what it would be like to be so sensitive, your ears be that sensitive. Just thinking abstractly, like you can, if you have any sort of imagination, I feel like, you should be able to get a pretty good handle on your environment. Anyhow.
Characterize the actions,
Hold on a second.
the anti-democratic.
This is why I'm saying, if you think Gen Z isn't willing to hand this shit right here
Hey, women.
over,
If you are starting a sentence with
You're
you need
crazy.
to, let's just change that and just not talk.
I mean,
instead.
as far as I'm concerned,
as women, let's
the
all
clock's-
take a vow.
you know, it's just
you guys, not me. As women,
It's just
you guys
not
should all take a vow and say,
they're gonna.
the
Women
next
are going
time
to be
I start a
stripped of their
sentence
right to
with
vote.
you need to, you should have.
And really,
you.
that may be all it takes. I
Let's
don't
just
know, but
not talk.
I don't think.
Let's just not talk at all, actually, instead. And let's just smile. Just smile.
I mean,
just give us a big smile. Let's just give a compliment.
maybe we'll end up with a
Women
a
should
light
focus
version,
more on complimenting men,
quasi-version,
being sexy,
where they stay inside the
being kind of playful, being
the
playful and
Constitution.
fun,
But I don't,
and not so fucking bossy. Women are so.
I don't see that happening, to be honest.
Like,
with you. I just see
women are
the whole-
annoying as fuck
them
because
just
you know what
spending
women
it.
do now all the time
Maybe
is
we'll-
just
you know,
like
maybe
tell
it'll
you
come
what
back,
to
maybe it
do,
won't,
tell
but-
you what you're doing wrong, tell you their opinion. You know what I think? It's like
Those kids.
I don't care actually.
People are getting a raw fucking
And what women
deal.
should do more of is just sort of give compliments.
Getting a raw fucking deal,
And
man.
be pleasant, be hospitable, be warm, make people feel good about themselves.
Would
They
be
should do
nice
more of
if
that.
women
And then
would
if
be
they
like that
and
again.
then if they've established rapport, then he can
That
tell.
would be legit.
Because men don't do this. Men don't come around and say, hey, stranger, you need to do this, you need to do that.
Like women.
I mean, I guess they do, but I respect it more because it's coming from a man. And men are smarter, as we all know. Men are smarter, so I'm actually,
I mean, I'm
you know,
not
a
even
man
gonna
says you
argue
need to
about
do this,
this.
you need to do that.
I
It depends
hate
on the guy,
listening
but
to
yeah,
a
I'm going to
woman
sit down and
about
listen because
politics
men
or
are smarter,
sports.
braver,
Holy fuck,
stronger,
man! When there's
you
a
know,
woman
have
on the sideline in a sports
women should just be
arena,
more like
reporting, I'm like,
you know what my
anybody
favorite
can
words
do this
are
fucking
when a woman
bitch.
talks?
Give me the mascot.
I made cookies.
Right, that right there
I love
is what
you.
a woman. If a woman wants to
Get
endear
over
herself
here.
with men,
You know, those are the best words in the English language that a woman can say. Something like,
Fucking
"Yeah, I
A,
love
right.
your haircut. I love the way you look. I made dinner. I made cookies. I
basically
made
what
you a
he's saying
sandwich."
is the best women in the world
Yeah,
are
this
the ones
country's
that,
so
that
divided,
like
right?
you.
They're saying we should separate liberals from one country, conservatives in another country. And when I heard that, I was like, oh no, we can't do that. If America ever goes to war, I want conservatives defending us. Right? Those guys that stormed the Capitol, that's who I want fighting for this country. Have you seen their photos? They'd be on the battlefield with their horns and their fur. They'll be like, America!
Oh, you're so smart. Asian making fun of white guys that care about their country. You're so smart.
Oh, they'd be on the battlefield being like, oh my god, this is not a safe space.
No, they would be on the other side of the battlefield fighting the guys you're talking shit about, bitch. You fucking idiot.
And the general would be like,
She would literally be on the other side, along with the other liberals. No, they're not funny at all. That is the last thing that
Spraying them with water. And I got on my show and I said, fuck that.
they don't know.
I said,
It's
because-
funny.
Yeah, because I
They
don't
laugh
believe in
at what
that.
men
I'm not
have.
a piece of shit. If I saw Ben Shapiro on
They
the
like
street,
what men
I saw him on
like.
the street and I said, hey man,
They
why
do
did you
what
do
men
a
do.
speech and you didn't say my name? I didn't run up and try and fight him.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't believe in
They
attacking.
made it out like you did.
Yeah, right. Like I attacked his kids or something. Human
That's where they're
shield,
gonna
right?
be.
Yeah.
That's
He picked up
rightfully
his
where
kid
they
when he
should
walked
be.
across the street. It's
They
like,
don't
okay.
want responsibility. They don't.
But you know,
Anybody
like
that
I don't
says they
believe
do,
in picking
they
on
don't.
random people. I'm
They
not a
don't.
cruel or hateful
and,
guy.
And sometimes,
and you do see that, and that
like
video
they call it a
bothered me in
shit test
particular.
in a relationship.
thing you hate about women?
Right? You know what I'm talking about.
The biggest thing I hate about women
And
is that
women do that politically. They do that politically. They will shit test you. They will get in your face to get attention or get in your face to make you assert yourself because they want a man to assert himself. And they do that in politics. These women out here are protesting with their tits out in a fucking sign talking about killing babies and shit. That's them saying, guys, where the fuck are you? Why are you allowing us to do this? Hello?
What are you gonna do, bitch?
They just...
Do something. Do something. Do something. Do something, bitch.
Nice. Fucking back
You
up.
ain't gonna do nothing but get the fuck out of here.
Good.
Oh, I need to get my.
Oh, dude. Ooh, he got slick with that one.
How many guys have you got with in one night before?
Like 10.
Whoa.
10?
Whoa.
You got with 10 guys in one
Fuck.
Well, it was before we dated, so it doesn't matter.
God damn.
It doesn't matter. Before we dated.
Bro, that's a lifetime. More than a lifetime of fucks in my mind. My
It
God.
doesn't matter. It matters to me that you got with 10 guys in one night.
Poor guy. Poor dude, man. Ooh. God damn. That was so clean. I think he keeps going and flips over and shit. Yeah. Damn. Dude put his whole body, every muscle in his body was behind that hit. And that homeboy leaned into it. I can't even believe that he's fucking still conscious. Dude's got a fucking concrete jaw. Stone chin.
No, with all due respect, you voted multiple times to keep the government shut down, okay? The Republican members from Arizona voted to keep the government open. So don't sit here and try to lecture us about whether or not we did our job. We did our job. You did not. Oh, you mean the bill that I'm signed on to extend it? Oh, yeah, cute, right, because you know what? We actually have put forth legislation to do it. You guys just keep pontificating. How about you go down the hall and go vote to open the government up? That would be great. All right, here's the clean CR. Go vote to open the government up.
Thank you very much. Right now, we're gonna have. By the way, grandstanding in front of your little gaggle of queers here, and we can go back in and get this shit going.
Yes, you are. Yes, we have policy debates.
Because you know, there's no possibility there. Side,
Hello, I'm here.
My constituents and yours, I imagine yours are going to be hurt even worse than ours. With these premium increases.
We have a lot of issues to work on together, and the Republicans are the party. Wait a minute.
The party is going to kill health.
By the way, healthcare premiums since 2010 when Obamacare passed have risen by over 60%. So you're not upset about that? You should be upset about that.
If I identify as black, would you affirm me in that and call me black?
No.
Why not?
Because you're not black.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, if I said I was a man and I said I identify as a man, would you accept that and affirm me in that?
Oh.
Are you transitioning or not? Or are you just like right?
I'm a man.
Got him.
If you were like I said, if you're on testosterone and like we're in the transition, if I could visibly see that you were making a change, yeah. But like for now, it's like you're just poking me or kind of trying to fight with me about it. So.
No, I don't want to fight with you. I just thank you for not saying that I'm black, because that would be a lie.
Oh, yeah,
just like me saying I'm a man would be a lie, no matter how much testosterone I took. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. It's just our YouTube channel. So I think it's funny that I can become a man on the flip of a switch. I can wake up and say I'm a man. But if I wake up and say that I'm black and I deserve all the perks that black people get and all the programs that they get and everything like that, the black man says no. But the drag queen has to stick with being so progressive and so in their ideology, because this is an ideology that they believe in. He was going so far as to tell me and lie to me and say that I was black. It is absolute delusion. I am not black. I cannot be a man. I cannot be either of those things because that is not who I am. And I wish that we could just be honest with each other.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen.
What's up, boys? What's going on, fellas? How's things going?
Hey, you looking fly as fuck today.
Thanks.
What?
You know,
do you have bitches?
I've seen some of the strongest and smartest people that have ever lived that have joined this movement. You know, I see so much potential. And I see it squandered. You know, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. You know, what are we really doing? We're just giving our tax dollars to stupid niggers. letting these worthless niggers shoot each other in our cities,
Let me ask you one question.
letting
It's a recording.
Shaniqua
Let me ask you
and
one question.
Bonquisha destroy every place that
How
they
can we
can
solve the
open
Shots
door
fired.
for
Shots
good.
How can we
Throw
solve world
rocks
poverty?
by getting rid of every nigger.
whore.
By getting rid of every nigger on this planet. There'll be plenty of people around.
How many bitches do you get? None.
More than you.
This nigga fucks only dick. He sucks only dick. You are a faggot.
Somebody's got some.
Is that it? Is that what you got?
Yeah, suck my dick.
Yeah, there's
Wow.
the mod dick.
What a
There's the
fag.
mod dick from the name.
Sorry, you're on property. You can't go past that area.
I'm on park property that makes it public property.
Not this part. We have a permit.
You have a permit for it, eh? And nobody's allowed to walk through.
Fat ugly
Nobody allowed
bitch.
to walk through
Shut
the
your
center,
mouth.
and he knows that.
Yeah.
And he knows that.
Well, you do have permitting, but you can't kick us out. You can't kick us out unless we're causing trouble, which we're not.
I can't hear you. I'm on hold with the police.
Okay, well then stay on hold with the police. I'm gonna walk through your event again.
You're not allowed into the area.
I'm walking through that trail.
You're not allowed into the area.
Big bag.
You know what's more illegal? Is blocking somebody's path of travel, man.
You see, there's nothing esoteric in the gospel message. There's nothing hidden in the gospel message. It is
Sorry, what I was about to say.
Golly, why do they always look like this?
They have
Why do
these two people that are
they
working
really don't
festival.
spend a lot of time outside?
God.
Racist. Mayor Johnson.
Yeah.
Please turn the mic on. Thank you. Real Chicagoans woke up this morning to
bomb
read
is on.
that the Department of Justice is
bomb is
finally
mobile.
investigating the
And
race
the
hustle. As someone who grew up on the south side of Chicago, I've heard a lot of race hustlers in my life, trust me. But they were usually marching around outside of City Hall, which is what makes this so embarrassing and dangerous. For over a year, real Chicagoans, white and black, have been telling me that your black power rhetoric is bringing the city backwards from a place that
We need the question.
had overcome. You want the question?
Please.
Real Chicagoans want to know, why are you a racist?
You know, first of all, I reject the idea, the premise that somehow it's an actual legitimate question.
That's not legitimate. This guy's such
All right, we're gonna go to the next one.
scumbag.
The next question, my follow-up question is a businessman, Robert Gomez, had his riverfront restaurant license yanked. You said that the reason you hire black people is because they're the most generous race on the planet.
Yeah, right.
His
I'm black, I can't
riverfront
be racist. Bullshit.
restaurant
Black people are the
license
most
was
racist people that ever
yanked
fucking
and
live.
given to a black
They
restaurateur.
have that fucking shit
That
hands
seems
down.
to, that has, once again, reinforced
That's
the
their fucking
belief among
thing.
real Chicagoans,
Okay.
white and black,
We need
and
the
Mexicans,
question.
They'll tell
that
you
you
so,
are
too.
a racist. What do you say to those people?
Again, I reject the premise that somehow that your question has any legitimacy. Thank you for your time.
I'm just
sir.
not
Thank
going to
you. Go to
answer
Alice.
that.
Thank you.
I'm not going to
The
answer
number
that.
one employer of our people is our people. What I'm saying is, when you hire our people,
How smart.
we always look out for everybody else. We are the most generous people on the planet.
There
The
we
deputy
are.
mayor is a black woman. Department of Planning and Development is a black woman. Infrastructure deputy mayor is a black woman. Chief operations officer is a black man. Budget director is a black woman.
And your city is
advisor
a
black
shithole.
man. One thing that I know for sure that I have to do over these next 2 years,
Fucking
every
idiot.
single dime
Listen to this
that our
scumbag.
people have been robbed of,
We do a little
I'm going to
trolling.
make
It's
sure
called
that
we
that
do a
is
little
returned 2, 3-fold. We have 6 developers that have received the first $30 million
This guy is
for
a-
investment.
he's a fucking
6
teacher.
developers. Of
This
those
guy
6
is a
developers,
dick.
5 of them are black
He's a
and
fucking-
3 are
he's a
women.
thief.
Boa Construction
Anybody who thinks
received
this
the
guy is
Oh, he
legit.
just came out and said it.
Of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen?
He knows he
Stephen?
knows what he just said.
Hey, Stephen, can you hear me? It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue.
Plenary authority. Plenary authority. Remember that. That's what he's claiming. At least now we know that his fear response is freeze. And if you're not sure what plenary means, I gotcha. Complete in every respect. Absolute. Unqualified. No, not that type of unqualified. Though in that case, yes. What little SS Miller is claiming here is that Trump has complete unlimited control over the military to do with it what he pleases.
He does.
No.
That's
And by the
what a
way, we need to
commander-in-chief
make sure that this
is,
ends
they're
up in the
dipshit.
hands of all the state's attorneys.
What an
They need to
idiot.
know for all their legal battles against
That
the White House.
literally,
Someone
if
from
the
the White House
president
and
wanted to
very
drop
high up
a
in the
nuclear
administration
bomb, he
is
could do
arguing
it.
plenary authority. And the funny thing is, he immediately realizes he messed up. This whole technical difficulty thing does not make sense. That's not what happened here. Little SS Miller was talking completely
Miller.
uninterrupted, said a word, and then froze. By the way, if you needed any more confirmation about the brain power behind this hate, if the audio had just cut out, he would have had no idea because he was the one talking. If he started getting a different audio issue, maybe like a weird noise or interference, he would have said that, or at least any normal human being would have said, I'm getting a weird noise. This was little SS Miller realizing immediately that he really stuck his foot in it. He said the quiet part out loud. One commenter even suggested that perhaps he had been rehearsing this argument to roll out at a later date. And I think that that might not be far off. Maybe it wasn't so much rehearsal, but it's clear that this is language that slipped out because that is how he's viewing it and how he's talking about it. They are prepared to claim
this lady, she's talking like she's never
unlimited
fucking made a
authority
bush
to do whatever he wants with the military. Wake
said
up.
something
By the way,
she
if you wanted any confirmation of why
wish she
AI
hadn't said.
overviews
Well, when
or
you're
tech
at that
companies are
level,
not your friends, when I went to pull up U.S. Code Title 10, which by the
it's
way,
better
I
to just
downloaded
shut
without
the heat.
anything sneaky. It was clear
To
people had
me,
been looking this up because the top
good
search
for
was
this guy,
U.S. Code Title 10
because,
plenary
you know,
authority. I clicked to see what
instead
people
of keep
were being
running his
served up,
fucking
and sure enough
mouth
in the
and
AI
keep-
overview,
If he was indeed stepping in it, as she said, it was a damn good thing that he just kept his mouth closed. I applaud that. I applaud that. Because there are a lot of stupid people out there that would, in that situation, like she's saying, look how dumb that is. Like you think about the intelligence of this guy. Well, no, actually, you know, a marker of poor intelligence is somebody that just can't keep their fucking mouth shut. Can't keep, you know, that to my mind. So if he did close, she's probably right. He probably did close his mouth for a pretty damn good reason. He probably was like, I better not say anything. You know, I bet, you know, she may be calling him spot on, and if she is, good on him, because all she can do is say, oh, he stopped talking, which is a non-story. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. But to me, it just says the dude, he made a butch, and he fucking, you know, he cut it off before they could associate it with anything or pin, you know, because he'd be out of power immediately. You know, Trump would get rid of him. That's how that would go. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't. A commander-in-chief. That's literally what that means. Is he has the complete power, and there's a reason for that, because countries like Athens, they don't react well to emergencies, because nobody has the executive power to make the decision. Exactly. There's a lot to be said about silence. Somebody that you know, he would rather look like an ass and not say anything, or just, you know, play it off as, you know, technical whatever, than to make a butch really fuck up, because that stuff can be a scandal like that. If he'd have said 5 more words, that could have been you know what I mean? Like, he could have been 1 word from a scandal. And she's making fun of him. It's like, you know, you're making fun of this guy for holding his cards close to his chest, and you're the one screaming uncle and crying about it. Like, maybe you should fucking, I don't know, maybe they are doing the right thing, but to me, I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing at all. The guy was just fucking recognized, okay, you know, I need to cut this off now. This isn't...
Whether Israel had a hand in his killing, it will ultimately be part of the story of Israel losing everyone, losing Western Europe, losing the world, losing.
3 people told me off record. 2 people who have this in a written communication from Charlie.
A written communication.
One who is a Turning Point USA donor, and I would say very much one of the white knights in this.
Nobody writes.
The very day before Charlie Kirk died, he expressed that he thought he was going to be killed. He told these people, I think they're going to kill me. Okay? He did not express that to me. So I'm telling you this based off the testimony of 3 people. And I'm saying this because I hope that these people, who I think are good, will be inspired to come forward with that. Again, those conversations I had were off record. I honor that. If I say it's off record, it's David.
Man, she is desperate for attention.
Yo, this math ain't mathin'. Has anyone seen Charlie Kirk's family? Father, Robert Kirk, mother, Caitlin
So what
Kirk,
does that mean? That he's
sister,
he was an alien
Mary
or a
Kirk?
construct?
So normally you would just Google.
I think they have recognized that they've lost the public, and I think they recognize they're not going to get the public back the way that it used to be. I think they recognize, especially on the right wing, that nobody's going to go back to cheerleading the way that they used to be, at least for the most part. So I think their strategy is something like complacency and indifference. And I've noticed that on the right wing, which you see, for example, with somebody like Matt Walsh. In his interview with Tucker Carlson, he says, well, listen, I'm an American, so I don't really care that much about Palestine and Israel. Don't talk to me about that. I don't know anything about
older generation, boomers mostly, they're sitting around going, why are these kids so critical of Israel lately? Where is all the anti-Semitism coming from? Well, Grandma, it's not about hatred. It's about power. It's about AIPAC's chokehold on our politics. It's about Epstein's Island getting memory hold faster than a Hunter Biden's laptop. It's about watching our tax dollars build missile shields for Tel Aviv while our cities collapse into fentanyl-fueled chaos. But most of all, it's about demographics.
A bad judgment. Right, but the real scandal is not that he wants to do.
Yesterday, and which got picked up, was to create a kill switch, right? To realize that Kanye was kind of right. Never too late to say that Kanye was right. Kanye said that in order to be free, you had to violate these contracts. You had to recognize that your voice is being controlled. And Kanye did just that. It was really an act of bravery to free himself. But I have no doubt the same people that were torturing Kanye,
Torturing? Oh, man.
Charlie Kirk.
Poor guy.
Kanye died today would be the first to eulogize it. I feel that. I do. I feel that. And I think it's important to share that information as Kanye sent all the messages. People were writing him. I have them all.
There's clear public support to make healthcare affordable.
100%.
And the failure of the Affordable Care Act, we can call it the ACA to avoid the A word that's in there, but the reality is the subsidies were put in.
I call it Obamacare. I give it the real name that it deserves. The person who actually tried to fix our broken healthcare system. That's given millions of people access to quality care.
That is given that family you were talking about earlier now $25,000.
No, that's why we actually. Let me ask you this question: who repealed the subsidies? What bill?
Are you talking about the current subsidies that are going to expire?
Yes.
These were temporary subsidies.
Who repealed them? Who did not extend them? Who did it?
They just weren't made permanent. They just weren't made permanent. The Biden budget, that, by the way, a bunch of Democrats supported. And you talk about Democrats coming back to the table in this case.
All the shit that they're saying that Democrats or Republicans took away, they set that up to expire, and then they want to blame fucking Republicans.
They hope to use this to try to extend these subsidies, to try to expand other elements. Sure, fair, fine. But let's talk about this for what it is. Republicans voted against this budget under Biden, and I get why Democrats are now doing it under Trump, but don't call this a Trump shutdown. It's Schumer shutdown.
Well, listen, okay, calling it Schumer showdown is,
it
you know,
really
they're talking.
is. It's funny because they fucking set Obama, all those subsidies, they set those up, you know, like many laws, not to last forever, like the assault rifle ban, all those laws that have come and gone. They've come and gone. You know, there was a period where we had them, and we decided, you know what, that wasn't the best idea. We're going to let that one go. So, you know, it's, like people always say, we're always making new laws. We're never getting rid of any. Well, because a shitload of them expire. you know, they put a fucking clock on, they put a stopwatch on and say, hey, after this so much time, if we fucking, you know, we're going to come back to this, and if we want to keep it, we keep it. If we don't, we let it ride. Well, they let it fucking ride. They let the time run out. They had everything just a few years ago. They could have sewed all this stuff up nice and neat and tidy like, but they didn't. And now they want to hold that on, blame Republicans for repealing it. It's like, repealing what? When did we fucking vote on that, dude? All we did was say, hey, you know, we were no part of this from the beginning to the end. It's not our fault that you set a time limit, and you just so happen to not be in power when that shit expires. Oh well, that's how it goes.
Investigator?
If I wanted to move to Mexico and live there, and I overstayed my visa, whatever, would you have an issue if Mexico deported me?
If you overstayed your visa?
Yeah. But I want to stay there.
But then you have to go through the legal process of staying there then.
Okay, so just to be clear, then you're in favor of deporting all illegal immigrants in this country?
Not into throwing them into like that prison in El Salvador with deadly gang members.
Should we deport people who are here illegally?
I think that's a very complicated question.
But hold on, why should, if I go to Mexico and I'm there illegally, why don't you have a prescriptive take on the Mexican government against deporting me?
I think in that case, you can be ethically deported.
So why wouldn't that be the case of people who've been here for 6 months?
Have you heard of the prison in El Salvador? It's called Sicot, and it's like this prison where they throw deadly, like gang members who have like 30 people in El Salvador. Like,
so you think like a Canadian who's overstayed their welcome here gets deported to El Salvador?
People have, yes. You have to look into it.
Well, Canadians have been deported to El Salvador. Answer my central point. Should illegal immigrants be deported?
Not the way ICE has been doing it.
If I go to Mexico, you seem to agree that the Mexican government has the authority. I overstay my visa. I'm like, no, I want to stay. And who knows? Maybe I knock up a little señorita while I'm there, and I got a family.
Then I don't think you should suddenly just be thrown out.
So your argument is I need to just a Mexican woman, get her pregnant, and then I can stay in Mexico.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
That's how
my
they
name is
feel
Nick.
about everywhere. If you put a foot down somewhere,
I'm particularly concerned about your brand of Christianity.
That's your right to be there.
Christian nationalism, I do not agree with at all. I think it's antithetical to the values of the early church, and I think, how do you reconcile especially white Christians in this America, marrying politics and power with their faith in this country?
There's a lot there. I've never described myself as a Christian nationalist. So I'm a Christian and a nationalist, so I've never used those two.
And then right there, that and nationalist, where in the scriptures does a Christian...
Well, thank you. Jeremiah 29:7, demand the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. Let me continue. Daniel fasted and prayed for his nation. Esther and Mordecai prayed for their nation.
That was like a
Nehemiah,
serious
Jeremiah,
fucking
Joseph,
uppercut,
Jacob.
man.
I could keep on going.
Just
Moses, Aaron. In fact, Moses was so political that he wrote an entire book of the Torah all about how to set up a government. It's the book of Deuteronomy. So, in fact, the Bible is an explicitly political text amongst many other things.
Now, can we interpret those texts in the light of the revelation of Christ? Because you just cited all Old Testament.
It is worth retelling the Candace Owens origin story, which is just bizarre, and I'll be brief here. But she did first come on the scene. I know everyone fixates on this and maybe blows it out of proportion. You know, it's like saying that Richard Spencer was once a snowboarder in the mid-1990s or something. You know, he listened to Green Day during that period, and we've got to fixate on this. But anyway, she was creating this doxing website that was seemingly a mechanical Turk, in which you would put in someone's mean tweet or Facebook comment, and it would spit out his home address, which even the left, at least at that point, was like, whoa. Obviously, that could be misused for violent acts.
She was a bit psycho.
So that's where she was coming from, and the left criticized her for that. And then she sort of ran into the arms of Alex Jones and Paul Joseph Watson, who was very influential at this point. And she was sort of the ex-Democrat, Blexit kind of thing of like, I left the left, and... Or did the left leave me? They've gone crazy. She was a pioneer on that sort of anti-woke crusade of, I don't even understand the Democrats anymore, and Republicans just eating it up, loving it. And so she started out in that area, and I don't know how conspiratorial she would get, but you're talking with Alex Jones, just guilt by association right there. Then she goes to the Daily Wire, and she has this friendship with Charlie Kirk, which also, from the video she posted, seemed genuine. A weird friendship between a gay Mormon and a Jamaican woman. It's true love. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. But she becomes this kind of neocon, and this attempt by Ben Shapiro and others to put her up as a golem or as a mouthpiece, as the black young face of the establishment.
He used to be liberal, but he's been forced to be conservative now. Watch this.
So I grew up liberal. All my friends grew up liberal. I was terrified the first time Trump got elected. I was still in high school. But me and all my friends have transitioned to the right. And I was explaining it to my mom, who isn't happy about that. And I was like, Mom, as a straight white dude, we had no other choice. We're becoming the enemy to the left, in the left. So why would I stay in the left as a straight white male? We're literally exactly what they hate the most. So we really had no choice. It's not that I wanted to be on the right or whatever. It's that we had no choice. There was no place for us to stay there. So it's just something to think about.
As a straight white male, I just wanted your quick reaction.
I totally agree. I mean, why would, I don't know, but it's not just straight white men who are under attack by the left. It's anybody who has any basic conception of what it means to be a normal functioning biological human. If you believe that there's a distinction between men and women, you're not welcome on the left.
Right.
If you believe that it's worth starting a family and that actually should be a primary life goal, you're not really welcome on the left. All of that is demonized.
And don't you think it's interesting? He said, I was terrified when Trump was in office the first time when I was in high school. What or who made this high schooler terrified of President Trump? Why are we bringing up this next generation to be terrified of anything? We're living in the greatest country of all time.
I know.
It's fabricated.
It's really sad, but good for him. It takes a certain form of courage and bravery to be actually, no, I'm not with you. I don't agree with you. I love you, but I'm not on the same page as you. So I admire that.
I do too.
Hey, yo.
Really?
Sir.
What the
fuck?
That shit is unnecessary.
Sir.
You ain't gotta do all this. All you gotta do is just talk to me. What's up?
You off the phone? Let's go.
In a second.
No, not in a second. No.
I'm gonna call you back. Cause now the police in my face acting like they big dogs and thinking they control a human being like me. So let me call you back. I'm gonna talk to you later, alright? I'm gonna calm down. I got you. Give me a second. Alright, one time. What's up?
What's going on, sir? What's up? What's going on?
I'm having an argument with my woman.
Okay.
Argument with my
out
woman.
where? I'm inside the bathroom.
I told him you was out there before, sir.
Out where? I wasn't yelling out there. I was yelling inside of here. I was inside the bathroom.
Let me get your ID.
You want to acknowledge what I just said?
Yes,
I wasn't yelling out there.
Let me get your ID, sir.
Can you acknowledge what I said?
Yes, sir.
I was yelling inside the bathroom.
Sir, let me get your ID.
Okay, you get that though?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck this on me. Yeah, it was a call. I'm a man. I'm a man. I don't get that.
Okay, sir. So what you arguing with your girl about?
That's none of your business. If I ask you what you
Why
arguing with
is
your
he
wife
asking
about, that's none of your business.
Oh, damn, dude.
I still ain't going nowhere.
They just decided they was taking this ass to jail. They didn't give a fuck.
Bro, I didn't do nothing. Why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me? I didn't do nothing wrong. You must be gay, bro.
Let's go.
I'm not gay. Stop bending me over like a gay ass dude. You gay, bro. You got some type of issue.
He'd be calling him racist if he was white.
For 5 minutes straight.
Look at all the shit that guy's got on.
I'm not gay. Fucking cracker! Fuck you! Fucking cracker! Fuck you!
Alright, come on, coward, say it to me! Come on! That's right, run away, you fucking
Run away, you fucking pussy.
You know what the fucking deal is? I don't know what the fuck any of this shit means. The fucking horn.
This is one of those videos where karma gives you satisfaction. This cocky kid thought he had something to prove. He mistook calm for fear. The two grown men tried to walk away, tried to de-escalate, tried to keep it respectful, but he wouldn't let it go.
Who ready to go? You ready to go? You ready to go? up, nigga? You ready? Are you ready?
Here's the part they never teach you in high school. Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're tough. Just because you cuss doesn't make you strong. It just makes you reckless and immature. Real men walk away until you give them no choice.
Damn! If you've ever seen someone like this, or been someone like this,
That dude was like a fucking sniper with those fucking hands, bro. Pap, pap! Both of them caught dude right on the button, man.
No way, man. That's the first charge you can't pin on me, officer.
Damn. Homegirls just getting toted out. Bitch coming out here whether you like it or not. What in the fuck? What the fuck, man? Oh my god, bro. What the fuck, dude?
It's not moving at all. Nope. All right, buddy.
Oh shit! No shit, it's a possum. Duh, it's playing dead, you fucking idiot.
Hold him. He'll crawl. How do I keep him from crawling up my arms? Just. I can't.
Oh shit!
Stop
man.
resisting.
Stop resisting.
Do you know why we're doing this?
excuse me, only game cops are allowed to pull me over.
Hang back. Excuse me, sweetie.
What did you order? Get the number 10. Big 10. Yep.
See ya. Sir, how you doing? Sir? Mary? How you doing? Good to see you.
Some level, they get what the Jewish people that have been running this country, this is just kind of their bed that they're laying in. The Jews took over America, they opened the borders. The Jews had us bomb their enemies in the Middle East. They all came here. And what do these people do? They elect communist Muslims. And now the Jews are saying, oy vey, they're going to take my gold. They're going to take all our stuff.
All our diamonds and all our
money.
All our
Zoran
accoutrements.
is a communist. He's going to take all our money.
Come-
New York is never going to be the same. It's like, well,
Mom,
you know
Don.
what? And you should
Oh,
have brought all
no.
these fucking people in here, you know?
I'll be right back.
All you Jewish communists, you shouldn't have brought all these fucking people in here then. So... But I just want to liberate. You know, part of me says, let them eat cake. Let them eat falafel. Let them eat whatever it is they eat. Let them eat hummus. Another part of me says, they all get the fuck out. Like, the other part of me says, we want our country back. Anyway.
With all due respect, this is the United States of America. There's so many.
Where are you from?
I'm WSBA Channel 7.
Okay.
My name is Vanessa.
Great, thanks.
United States of America. So many people are being robbed. There's due process. This is wonderful. This Rob and Tony show, but there's American citizens who are being deported. They show their birth certificates. They show their passports. They show their IDs, and a lot of them are being done is a little sloppy.
Well, first of all, I'll let ICE handle that accusation that you're making that they're deporting American citizens who are showing birth certificates and all that. I don't believe that that's true, but I'll let them respond to that. But you seem to have no sympathy. You seem to have no sympathy for people that have been victimized by illegal aliens. What about people? You have someone driving drunk and kills American citizen. What about people that have been deported previously and let in under Biden, who then commit sexual offenses or commit homicides? And then we have more victims as a result of the federal government's previous inattention and unwillingness to enforce the law. So there are a lot of people that have been harmed by illegal immigration. There have been people that have been harmed by Tren de Aragua gang members who should not be in this country in the first place. So let's just be clear. Who are you fighting for? We're fighting for the citizens of Florida. We want them to be able to live in a society that upholds the rule of law. We want them to be able to live in a state that is safe. And we have to take action on it. I'll let them address your accusation. But the notion that somehow this is America, therefore we're supposed to have an open border, We're not supposed to enforce immigration laws. We're supposed to just sit on our hands when Biden let in 7 or 8 million people illegally into the country. No, that is not responsible. That is not what our citizens elected us to do. So we're in this fight. I think a lot of these narratives that I hear, to me, just instinctively, I think they're fake narratives because I've seen it happen so many times. But I will let folks at ICE respond to your accusation.
Well, the first thing I'll say is that I think the governor's words really stand on their own. The men and women of ICE are working every single day to protect the communities, working with state and local officials to do our very best to protect the communities after the...
Black people in Chicago, let's get this clear for the record so nobody is confused, right? In 2020 and 2021, when Democrats, specifically Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, flooded Chicago with the illegal, undocumented criminal invaders, y'all didn't have nothing to say about that, right? When the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, gave them benefits, millions, prepaid EBT cards with $10,000 on it, prepaid Visa cards, 6 months worth of free rent, free health care, free child care. Y'all were okay with that. And then you all continue to be okay with it by going out and voting for Kamala Harris to continue what she was doing with the open borders, right? Now that ICE is there to actually do something about it, right, with Trump's mandate, now you all are boohoo, whining and crying, complaining that ICE is coming to black neighborhoods. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Where else are they supposed to go when that's where y'all allowed them to go? You see, Democrats didn't put these illegals in Oak Brook or Oak Park or Evanston, in any of the white neighborhoods, yet you got the white liberals downtown protesting to keep those people there because they know that they're in black neighborhoods. And y'all goofy. Y'all falling for this. Y'all voted for Kamala Harris, and now y'all are protesting ICE coming to black neighborhoods to remove these criminal invaders. Y'all are calling ICE racist for coming to the black neighborhoods. Well, why are they coming to the black neighborhoods? Because that's where you all allowed them to go. So tell me you a goofy Democrat plantation slave without telling me you a goofy Democrat plantation slave.
Damn. Dude went hard on that one. Fuck.
It's a pretty crazy thing that nurses are saying is happening right before people die in the hospital. You gotta see this.
Sometimes when people pass away, there's two kinds of smells. RNs have been giving me all the details. I didn't ask for, by the way, but okay. People die every day in hospitals, right? And who is taking care of them? Nurses, CNAs, people like that. One of my friends is an RN. They said that when someone passes, this kind of scared me a little bit. It'll either be peaceful or it'll be like terror. The peaceful passing leaves like this sweet smell in the room. Very calm. The loved one says sometimes that they see other loved ones coming back to collect them. But on the flip, that other...
Anyone can be anybody can sleep around, and men do it way more than women do.
Yeah, well, it's a pejorative term. Well, let me ask you a question. What's your body count?
My body count?
Yeah.
I'd rather not share that on the internet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, there's a reason why you don't want to disclose that.
Yes, because I have free will and I can say what I want. Thank you.
No, sure. The reason why you don't want to disclose it, as well as women in general don't want to disclose that, because women understand that their sexuality defines their value in the dating marketplace. So women instinctually know that their body count directly affects, and their past promiscuity directly affects their ability to find a suitor in the future, right? When people use a term like whore, which is a pejorative term, that's attributed to women because you guys care about your body count because that limits your ability to find a man. But for us, the more partners we have, typically the more value we have. Because as a man, for you to be able to get a lot of sex, you have to bring something to the table, right? Men that have a lot of women typically have some kind of money, some status, they're charming, they have something.
Can I speak?
Well, I'm finishing my point to answer your question. So men have to bring something to the table to be promiscuous. Women don't. So that's why it's not respected.
I think every woman here would agree that we don't want men bringing their sex experience and sluttiness to the table. We want men bringing their kindness, their godliness, their honesty, their communication skills.
There's a reason why nice guys finish last as a phrase. Women say these things, but you're not actually aroused by it. You want the bad boy. You want the guys that are attractive, the guys that can tell you to shut up, make a sandwich, right?
I think you're stuck in 1950 and you need to wake up and realize you're in 2025.
No, that's precisely my point is we're 2025 and women have changed.
And this explains why the Democratic Party has a 20% approval rating. The entire thing is defined about, well, if Trump is for it, we're against it. Right? The problem is a lot of the things he's for are really popular. In fact, most of the things he wants to do have popular support. So if you define yourself on the wrong side of all these issues, especially the 80-20 issues, you're going to wind up closer to 20 than 80. And that's what's happened to them. Boys and girls sports.
Yes.
Boys and girls locker rooms. and they can't get off of it today. They've learned all the wrong lessons from the last election. That issue right there prevents them from having conversations with a huge chunk of America.
Huge chunk.
If I can't trust you not to put
shout out
a
to the
boy
dudes
in
on
a
Kick.
teenage
What's
girl's
going
locker room,
on?
how will I ever listen to your plan for taxes and the economy?
Right.
I will not, because I've already concluded you're a lunatic.
I see y'all
I think a
showing
lot of
there.
women, a lot of moms, I think,
Yeah,
I think a lot of moms who would have previously thought of themselves as center left,
Oh yeah.
maybe
There's
mostly
a lot of
vote
them moms
Democrat,
out there.
on that issue right there, and they've got daughters trying to play high school sports, or they aspire for their daughters to maybe play college athletics, they are not interested in them competing against boys. They're not interested in boys being in the locker room, and they're not interested in being told to shut up about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at these school boards, these school systems, treating the parents like they're the problem when they like say, well, wait a minute, you mean my daughter has to get spiked in the face by a volleyball? That's not fair. It's so hard. It's so just politically stupid for them.
Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with
I agree with that decision. Yes.
So, what about
Yes.
meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like.
A Japanese nationalist posted this. I can't believe this is real. There's a Jewish consultant called Rochelle Kalp who supports multiculturalism in Japan. I looked at her account and she has me blocked. That made me very curious, so I went behind the block and discovered that she encourages Muslims to sue for racism. I post back, very easy to believe. Very easy to believe. She needs to move to Israel and welcome Palestinians and whoever else wants to come, since she's such a big supporter of multiculturalism.
Seriously.
Well, someone claimed that she's anti-Zionist. Okay, great. So go do the work on your own country, not Japan. Keep your big nose out of Japan. Well, of course, her ex is protected now. She can't take the heat as usual. She knows what she's doing. Well, Rochelle Kopp is a Jew from the U.S. She founded this consultancy firm called Japan Intercultural Consulting, helping Japanese people develop multicultural environments.
Helping them
Go to
destroy
Israel, woman,
themselves.
instead of sticking your big nose in Japanese culture. This is
Go
disgusting.
take your ass
Japan
back
is the
to
next
fucking
target, and I
Israel.
can't help but to think it's revenge for siding with Germany during World
Get
War
the
II.
fuck
And then there's another Jewish journalist that wrote a piece about
not
how
even
Japan
Japanese, and it pisses me
needs
off
to change to welcome immigrants. Here's a tweet by Noah where he says, "My Jewish
dare they?
ancestors were
How come
forced
they're not welcoming
into a cultural box in old Europe. Christians weren't allowed to appropriate their culture and vice versa. Mind your own business and go to Israel. No one is
Right. Are you
forcing you in a
European?
box. You are doing that." See, again, this is a revenge for being kicked out of 109 countries and for Japan siding with Germany. People are noticing, and they're warning Japanese people, though.
Hell yeah, they are.
This was a preview of our latest Western Warrior exclusive members show. Watch the whole show at redicemembers.com. Sign up and get access to all our exclusive members content. We have an arc.
He wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times,
Ooh, nice.
you'll have, and it doesn't work very well.
How tough is it
a
to
lot
take
of
away
times,
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
Quiet. Quiet.
A lot of times.
Man, he just took poor old fucking Jeb up through there.
That's all of his donors and specialists.
Bam.
So.
Bam.
That's what it is. That's what. And by the way, let me just tell you, we needed tickets.
Is
You
dead.
can't get them. You know who has the tickets for the? I'm talking about to the television audience. Donors, special interest, the people that are putting up the money. So it is. The RNC told us we have all donors in the audience, and the reason they're not loving me, the reason they're not loving me is I don't want their money. I'm going to do
Is
the
dead.
right thing for the American public. I don't want their money. I don't need their money, and I'm the only one up here that can say that. Eminent domain.
Candace Owens is at war
You
with the very
lose,
people that she believes are
bitch.
misrepresenting her late friend Charlie Kirk and what he was experiencing in the final months of his life. The pressure he was receiving from pro-Israel Zionist donors to Turning Point USA, and how he felt about the notion of essentially cutting certain people from the conservative movement off and no longer being friends with them. Take a look.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Charlie writes, Jewish donors play.
I told the entire world about this 15, 16 years ago. What we were exposing was that they didn't want Christians evangelizing Muslims or handing out tracts or anything, right? But they couldn't just make a rule saying Christians aren't allowed to distribute materials. So they just made a rule and they said no one's allowed to hand out materials, but then they only enforced it on Christians. All right, David Wood with my friends Paul and Antonio here. We are not actually going to go into the festival right now because we know automatically they're going to lock us up no matter what we do. They'll lie about us. It's just the way of life here in Dearborn if you're a Christian. So we wrote a case of copies of the Gospel of John in English and Arabic. We're going to try standing outside of the festival and handing some of them out. I suspect they're going to stop us even then, but we'll see. We hope that there's no problems. Look at this. They weren't here.
If you like your life, you want to keep your job, tone it down with the anti-Semitism. Next time you want to screw the Jew, I'm gonna screw you. There's nothing to worry about. We run some of your media, but who should we leave it to? The Palestinians? They can't even run water. You sound like a bunch of whiny babies. Oh, the Jews! I can't own a house because of the Jews. Black people are killing me because of the Jews. I'm addicted to pornography because of the Jews. I don't know what this world's come to where you can't buy people anymore. What is happening? Doesn't matter who killed Charlie Kirk. Dottie, I sent you $100 million for you to take care of this. Do you think I gave you $100 million because I'm...
You're saying that China has 10 years to go.
At most.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we now know that they've lied about their population statistics, and they overcounted their population by over 100 million people, all of whom would have been born since the one-child policy was adopted. So this is one of those places where they've got more people in their 60s and their 50s and their 40s and their 30s and their 20s.
Now, what was the logic behind the one child? Was it that they were overpopulating?
Mao was concerned that as the country was modernizing, the birth rate wasn't dropping fast enough, and that the young generation was literally going to eat the country alive. So they went through a breakneck urbanization program which destroyed the birth rate. At the same time, they penalized anyone who wanted to have kids. And both of those at the same time have generated the demographic collapse we're in now.
And the problem with that also was that they wanted male children.
Yeah, there's a cultural aspect to that too. And obviously, men can't have kids on their own.
And what is the ratio to men to women in the younger people in China now?
Before the data revision, with the last set of lies, it was about 1 to 1.2.
Last set of lies.
It was the most distorted in the world, even more than Sri Lanka, where there had been a civil war for 30 years. Since then, we don't have good sex-by-sex data, but it's undoubtedly worse.
And so what are the other problems that they're encountering that leads you to believe that they only have 10 years left?
Well, without young people, we've seen their labor costs increase by a factor of 14 since the year 2000. So Mexican labor is now 1/3 the cost of Chinese labor.
Wow.
Their educational system focuses on memorization over skills. So despite $1 trillion of investment in a bottomless supply of intellectual property theft, they really haven't advanced technologically in the last 15 years. Mexican labor is probably about twice as skilled as Chinese labor now, even though it's 1/3 the cost.
Wow.
They've consolidated into an ethnic-based, paranoid, nationalistic cult of personality, and it's very difficult for the Xi administration to even run it because it's not an administration anymore. No one wants to bring Xi information on anything. So we now have tech barricades that prevent the Chinese from buying the equipment, the tools, or the software that's necessary to make semiconductors. In fact, he went so far as to say any Americans working in the sector have to either quit or give up their American citizenship. Every single one of them either quit or was transferred abroad within 24 hours. So the tech system is stalled. They don't have the young people to go consumption-led. They're completely dependent on the U.S. Navy to access international trade. They are the most vulnerable country in the world right now. And based on how things go with Russia, we're looking at a significant amount of raw materials falling off the map, specifically food and energy. And the Chinese are the world's largest importer of both of those things. So there's no version of this where China comes through looking good. And the challenge for the rest of us is to figure out how do we, in as smooth and quick as a process as possible, figure out how we can get along without them. Because they are going away.
Yeah, figure out how to make sure that doesn't affect us.
Jared Kushner
or
is
affects
a
us as little
Zionist
as
tool. He is
possible.
an instrument of the deep state, and he is sexually and financially compromised, according to MI6 and some CIA sources.
Play out. They are definitely watching this. You spend a lot of time on Capitol Hill. It's just an opportune time to say something that we say on repeat, but this is a good time to underscore it. The sound of silence from Republicans on the notion of prosecuting a former FBI director.
Absolutely. I mean, you're totally right. No one's talking about it. I mean, Democrats are, but Republicans are so silent about this. And it's not the first issue that they're pretty quiet about as of late. You know, you ask them anything, they somehow start pivoting to the shutdown or, you know, what they're considering front of mind. But it is astonishing that the Republican Party at large, including those who privately are critical, are not going out there and saying anything about what's happening right now.
I think it's really important that Mariana pointed out the retribution pledge on the campaign, because I think that gets at also, remember, and I'm not suggesting he's justified or not in feeling this, I'm just saying, like, he is so aggrieved from what he believes the president and his supporters, that he was the victim of the weaponization of the Justice Department. And when we get like you said, this is not left and right, and this is so out of the normal bounds. And yet, my fear for the country is that blindfold over justice is being ripped off, and that we are going to enter this period of time where it's sort of like the politicization of something that is not supposed to be politicized.
And it's not just the prosecution of a former FBI director. If he broke the law, then absolutely he ought to be prosecuted for it. But number one, you had career prosecutors saying that, look, we don't see the evidence here. And number two, the president is on the record targeting a number of individuals who are personal opponents of his. That is not normal in the United States of America.
We have to sneak in a quick break. Thank you for being here and giving us your expertise and giving all of us who consider law school some lawyer envy. Coming.
What was George Floyd's cause of death?
Asphyxiation.
Actually, the original medical report by the Hennepin County Examiner said that it was a drug overdose. Did you know that?
But that was hired by the state. An independent coroner reported
It's
that it was
interesting.
asphyxiation.
You might be right, but if you guys love truth, you should go and dive into the Derek Chauvin court documents. There's a lot more to the George Floyd situation than anyone ever told you. It really is, and it's a great video. And I'm not even, you might be right, but there's so much more to that circumstance of George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? That also, did you know that what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd was actually in the police manual training? It was completely justified and was trained by his superiors to do. Now, let me ask you a question. How many unarmed black people, on average, are killed by police a year?
Well, I'd have to look up that statistic.
Guess.
Probably over 50%.
It's 15 people a year. 15. And that's not my number. That's the Washington Post that came up with it and did a national crime survey. And they even were generous, and they said unarmed, meaning you had a weapon nearby or you had a knife that you dropped. So you're talking about police brutality for an incident that happens 15 times a year in a country of 350 million people.
Well, how come, my question to you then, how come you see it so often on social media?
Because that's a good question, Andrew, because you're being propagandized. You're being brainwashed is the name of this tour. And I'm here to tell you that you see it, so you actually don't see it as often as you think. This is emotional targeted videoing to have you think that something exists when it doesn't. We look at the data like, oh, it's 15 times a year. 15 times a year, and it's even lower than that. But do you know what does happen a lot every single year? Is that there's over 100,000 drug overdoses every single year. We don't talk about that. We should. Yeah, we should. I totally agree, right? But yet we have this whole thing about police brutality, and no one can ever give me examples where there's too many police, and that's okay, I'm not just picking on you. Just in general, it's easy to get caught up in the abstractions. It's easy to get caught up in the parade and in all the bedlam. But when you dive into it, you realize that it's all brainwashing, and it's propaganda.
No shit. The only stuff we see is what
I guess what I would say
that if you recall, Sneeko really put
everything
me on
we see
3 years ago.
Whoa, whoa. I never said that. I did not.
So I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it.
Oh man, I feel embarrassed. I'm out.
Wow,
you're not
this
gonna
is the strong
do the interview.
leadership I
Nope,
want from
not like this.
somebody.
I'm not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
And here's the thing. I look. She went to Yale and she went to Harvard, and of course, she majored in bullshit. By the way, she majored in one of her thesis paper was on. Let me read this for you guys. This is hilarious. The effects of corporate farming on rural community.
Of what? Of what?
Her undergraduate thesis was titled "The Effects of Corporate Farming on Rural Community." She went to Yale and she majored in American Studies. Bro, why do women go to college and major in bullshit, bro?
Because school's fun, dog. You're there to wear outfits and take tests and have a good time and socialize.
She definitely fucked some niggers.
Yeah.
I guarantee fucking
you had that line where you wanted that out of your
bitches like her. Look how fat she is. She's definitely fucked some black dudes before. Guaranteed.
Yeah,
and some spics too.
You think she's the one? She's the one doing.
Like she went and chased some Yale and Harvard basketball players in her day, for sure.
Yeah, she's throwing it back.
Black dudes, 100% throwing it back. Dude, you can tell. Like, look, dude, bitches like this are whores.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no one's gonna scream.
I mean, mean girls usually are.
And fat white women, the only thing they can do a lot of the times is bang black dudes.
You think really? I'm out of the scene.
Oh yeah. Fat white women can only really bang black dudes.
Trump says he secured the border.
Nobody's coming into our country now. We have the border totally stopped.
We're here in Texas to see what those changes look like on the ground.
We've got the most controlled border we've ever had in the history and in my lifetime in the Border Patrol, and we're going to continue getting there.
In Eagle Pass, Texas, during the Biden administration, more than 2,000 migrants crossed into the U.S. in a single day. But now, under President Trump's policies, officers encounter just 20 migrants a day here. So the last time I was in Eagle Pass was 2 years ago, almost to the date, and I saw more migrants crossing at a single point in one day than I had in, at that point, 9 years of covering immigration. They were cutting through this barbed wire here and coming across the Rio Grande, sometimes with parents holding their children on their backs as they crossed the water. We saw a lot of rescues. We saw people bleeding as they came under this barbed wire right here, and then we saw hundreds gather under a bridge. They were taken in, processed, and then released either to ICE or elsewhere to pursue their asylum claims. Now it's a total change.
People aren't taking that risk to come across because the end of catch and release is a deterrent in itself. And then with the level of prosecutions we're doing for smugglers and for those entering the country illegally, you add that added deterrence.
We've been out here half the day now, haven't seen a soul. We patrolled the river, haven't seen anyone there either. What we're seeing and what we're hearing from the Border Patrol chief and the agents on the ground here is that anyone who crosses now is arrested, prosecuted, and turned back over into Mexico. You simply cannot cross through here anymore and claim asylum, no matter what your claim is.
Here is the interview that went round the world. We're going to air these 3.5 minutes in full, and you can see for yourselves how it went.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're saying.
In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
You just said you don't need those Trump voters.
But you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I
think
feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
What a moron.
Well, to those voters. Okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it.
Yeah, she just can't handle it.
Y'all, look here. I done told y'all before. I was raised by a white man. Let me tell you something.
This man passed away almost 2 years ago. I'm just now deciding to go through this storage unit, right? Okay, because I was going to take
And the way
him to
she
his
talks
random
about
job.
her own
Motherfucker
father,
opened
this white
goddamn
man.
box. It's a box full of videos, right? VHSs to be exact. But hold on, let me y'all see this,
What a
right?
fucking
Off rip,
bad
you should
person.
automatically see the Polaroids, okay? If you don't already know that this is leading to some freaky shit, then I'ma dive deeper, okay? First off,
What
the fuck?
is-
Sisters 8, XXX. All right, he been into that black ass since the land before time, okay? He had a mixture of flavor, cause what the fuck? Hold on now.
That's
Hold on.
gross.
What is this?
What are you
Have
doing
you
going
ever,
through a fucking
seen
dead
Bizarre
man's
talk about the weirdest
stash?
shit
Fuck
we heard when he was in
you.
his force?
No, what was it?
Jesus
The weirdest
Christ,
shit
how
was they
fucking...
They had a very thick file.
How
that was about
disgraceful.
religion.
How could you
And
do that?
Basically, what it boiled down to is, at least what this file was
It's
saying,
so
was that,
fucking...
that they
I don't know, I
view
can't
us as
fucking
containers.
Come up with the word.
Yes.
There's a
And
word for it,
He
though.
wasn't specifying containers of what, like containers of
Throwing
souls.
dirt on a
Like, I
man's
don't know,
grave
but
and
that's,
shit. He's
that's
gone.
the
What the
terminology
fuck
they
is-
used. They view us as containers.
She must have hated his ass or something.
You imagine if like a
I don't
soul
blame
is
and
an
he probably
energy
didn't
you
like
have to
her neither, and I
farm,
don't blame
or
him
you
if
have
he
to
didn't.
extract, just like how we extract oil from the earth. That souls are things you extract, and so you need to grow a bunch of them. So you need people just fuck up a storm and clutter up a planet, and really what you're doing is just farming souls.
Yeah, dude, that's so
Can you imagine?
crazy.
You think that you're an OnlyFans model, and you're a DJ at a strip club, and
7, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles a day, 4, 11, 7.
If New York elects that Zomran Mamdani guy, good luck. New York will be turned into a mosque.
He seemed like such a walking contradiction to me.
Exactly.
Because he talks the language of the far left when it comes to things like abortion, sex, homosexuality, which are anathema to most Muslims. He's doing that, and at the same time,
Exactly.
is he a practicing Muslim?
In Islam, they have a teaching called taqiyya. Taqiyya is where you're allowed to lie for the sake of spreading Islam. When I look at Zomran Mamdani going in the street, acting like an American kind of one day, and then acting like a Muslim one day, eating with his hand one day, and then wearing a suit like he's westernized, I look at this guy and I'm like, I think he's practicing taqiyya. Muhammad commands you can lie for the sake of spreading Islam. Zomran Mamdani, when he says, I love the trans community, I want to fund them, he's either practicing taqiyya, because under Islam, transgenders and homosexuals must be executed, or he's not a Muslim. One of them. And I would love for him to be very clear.
Or is he a cafeteria Muslim? They talk about like cafeteria Catholics where they say, I'm a Catholic. It's like, well, you go to mass, but you don't live the teachings of the faith. But you think that your suspicion, based on your experience living in Egypt, growing up in Egypt, is that it's something more sinister than that.
It's either he's a very lukewarm or not a Muslim at all, or he's practicing taqiyya. If he is practicing taqiyya and New York votes this guy in, good luck. New York will be turned into a mosque. People will be praying in the street, and it's happening right now, by the way. New York is already, the Muslims are praying loud and...
Tell the manager, what they got you in here for if you don't speak English? I just gave this man $10 and had $2 and something on the table and some change, and he just picked up my change too. No, it's not. Fuck that machine. I know I gave you two $5 bills on, boy. I'm not stupid.
What a fucking scumbag.
I gave you two $5 bills. There's nothing cash that. It was only $8 and something, homeboy. I'm from America, man. I speak English. I wish you would. I'll beat your motherfucking ass.
Oh shit. Pops is getting wild.
You punk motherfucker. I would beat the dog shit out your ass. You'll be crying for your motherfucking mama.
Oh,
get it, you punk. I wish you would. You come out here with anything, I call the police on your bitch ass. I'll beat your motherfucking ass. And you still owe me some money. You took $3 from up here in the change. They go to change right there. That's not all the change, homeboy. I will beat the dog shit out of you. No, it's not. No, it's not. I want my money, homeboy. Call the police. Call the police.
You are allowed to leave your perfect husband. You are allowed to end a relationship with a really great boyfriend. The kind of guy that all your friends and family love. They say you're so lucky to have found him. He checks all the boxes and he really cares about you. You're allowed to end that relationship because no matter how good he is, no matter how great he is to all the other people in your life, how much they all love him, it does not change the fact that when you get into bed beside this man at night, you feel dead inside. It does not change the fact that when you do the bedroom things, you don't feel passion. You don't feel like your body is singing and coming to life because, by the way, that...
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in a...
Charlie Kirk's death, not a coincidence.
Got pregnant a couple times when I was a teenager and got abortions. Thank God my parents had the sense to make sure that happened. And thank God, as I got older and more mature, I understood that that's not what I'm cut out for. That's not my lifestyle.
I mean, that's pretty dark, right?
I've never once heard someone say Chelsea Handler's funny.
No, who likes Chelsea Handler?
Like, she was relevant in the early 2000s, I remember, for dating 50 Cent. Her biggest relevancy comes from dating a black rapper who was a former criminal.
Yeah, and then
she's a Jew, by the way, too, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, I would like to point out she is not white, she's Jewish.
Pushing out feminist propaganda, like they always do, by the way.
Yeah.
Push your career, don't have a family, don't have kids, be like me, an old cat lady, and fuck black guys, do it.
Young girl.
That's probably why her parents were cool with her getting an abortion, too. She probably was pregnant with a half black, half Jewish baby.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't like that. Oy vey!
That agree with it. Nobody else would have any reason to talk to her.
Let you out? No, not let you out. You're under arrest. You're under arrest. Are you here in the United States illegally?
I wanted to publicly apologize to my wife.
He put us all three of us on a text message, and he just started stressing, like, if you could read that text message, the entire thread was just him going like, okay guys, here are the topics I want to cover. And I was like, sure, sounds good. And then he goes, I really want this to be a good faith thing and like above board and no insults. And then Josh went, absolutely, that's what I want to. And then I just said, with certainty, because we had already had such a good faith debate the first time, I went, dude, you don't got to worry about that with me and Josh. Everything will be cool, blah, blah, blah. And then we just hung out in the green room. Like I said, he was the nicest guy the whole time. We're like, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to have a friendly debate. And his opening statement before I've spoken was, I'm disgusted to be on stage with David, reading my text message. Like he pulls out this thing.
Then finally, Charlie, I'll end on this. Dave Smith, July 8th, 2025. In the last month, Donald Trump has launched a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign government, exploded the debt, announced that he's continuing the Biden policy of arming Ukraine, and covered up a giant child rape operation. So according to my interlocutor, Donald Trump is not just engaging in wars on behalf of foreign governments, he is also covering up the world's giant pedophilic child sex trafficking ring, allegedly, I presume, on behalf of a foreign government as well. So I'm disgusted, frankly, that this man is on stage, but I'll end it at that.
Okay, well. And so anyway, all I'm saying is that I just went, oh, that dude's a snake.
That's some
He's a
pussy-ass
really
shit right
dishonest fucking person who's very comfortable lying. And I just couldn't imagine. I could imagine being pissed off at someone, but I couldn't imagine sitting there with someone being nothing but polite and
With one of
cordial
your
and
own
joking
kind.
around, talking about family, talking about politics.
Guys, all over the place. Jack Posobiec, Gabe Hoff.
Been oppressed. Black people have been oppressed. White people have been oppressed. At some point, you're gonna have to get over it and move forward. This is 2025.
But it's hard to move forward when there's so many policies that are coming out that are affecting people of color.
I'm not affected.
You're not affected, but I am as a Latina.
How? Specifically, how?
I live in fear that my parents can be deported.
Okay, are they here? Are they here legally?
Luckily for you, you don't have to fear that.
Are they here legally?
I'm not gonna answer that because I don't have to answer you.
Okay, so that's okay.
But I'm just telling you.
So if they are, then it's because they came here illegally and not because of the color of their skin, correct?
What does that have to do with immigration?
You said you live in fear that you're a Latina.
Do you know what immigration is? Immigration is coming here for better opportunities. What does that have to do with the color of my skin?
It has to do
We
with
have white
legally.
people coming here.
No.
No, but you do not
you
understand
said that
what
as a
immigration
Latina,
is.
you're terrified of your parents getting deported. Why would they be deported if they're legal citizens?
There you go. Exactly. Nothing to do with no color, nothing like that. Because I done seen plenty of Haitians, the Nigerians, Dominicans, a lot of black people getting deported, whites getting deported, there's a lot of Chinese getting deported. The thing about it is, it's not going to be as many of other races aside from Central Americans because it's so close. But you're going to get other people, but they got to come from further away. So it's not a race thing. It's about, hey, are you here legally?
Yeah.
If you're following the law, then you're okay in my book. If you're not following the law, then why should you be given special kind of privilege?
There's a reason why they're doing that. I'm not stupid. All right? They're shutting down Times Square, praying with loudspeakers and shit to do what? To assert fucking dominance. Okay? That's what they're really fucking doing. I'm not stupid. Let's just call a spade a spade. All right? I'm probably the only Muslim that will admit this shit. when they're shutting down Times Square, when they're fucking blocking off the streets, when they're doing the damn 5 times a day, it's to assert fucking dominance. And if you bitch ass niggas don't want to admit that, then I fucking will, because you guys are fucking liars. It's to assert dominance, is to let people know that we're coming. And I'm here to tell you guys, the people of these Western countries have every right to resist you motherfuckers saying we're coming and we're going to take over. They have every right to resist. They really do. Because this is not a Muslim country. It's not. And I know you guys don't like hearing that shit, but if you guys want to hear that shit, go to fucking Saudi Arabia, go to UAE, go to Qatar. These countries are all fucking beautiful. They're safe. You don't got to worry about shit. You don't got to worry about 99 genders. You don't got to worry about fucking lutis. Tafa mana bigushinu. Mafi lutis. Mafi haramia. Mafi mushkila. Go over there. Go over there, bro. Goddamn. But when you guys come in here and you guys fucking want to pray at the Times Square and everything else like this and fucking assert dominance, because that's what it is. That's what it is. It's called spade a fucking spade. That's a fucking problem. Because let me tell you something. Right now, and you guys all know I'm telling the truth. If a bunch of fucking Christians went to fucking Mecca and tried to do that shit, they'll be fucking beheaded. And you guys know it. So shut the fuck up with this dumb shit about, oh, bro, like, you know, we should be doing what we want. We're going to do it for today. You niggas try to do that shit at Mecca, they'll be cooked. They'd kill those Christians in 5 fucking minutes. Beheaded immediately.
Yeah.
Beheaded immediately.
They're animals.
And if not, they're going to fucking jail.
They're fucking savages.
So don't come here with that fucking bullshit, bro. That's what annoys me with these motherfuckers. Like, you guys are not honest. You guys are just not honest. So these guys have every fucking right to resist that you guys are trying to assert Islamic dominance in a Western country that isn't a Muslim country. I tell the truth whether it benefits me or not, and this is coming from a Muslim guy. I don't like to admit this, but it's the truth. And if you niggas are going to complain in the comment section and talk shit and say, oh, well, Elmira, no, dude, you're not a Muslim or El Islam. Bro, this is why so many people have a negative connotation of Islam. Because you guys want to come in, you want to shove it down their fucking throat, you want to force niggas to do the Shahada, you want to force niggas to pray, you want to force people to tell them that the religion sucks, and Jesus isn't a God, and all this other bullshit. Bro, nobody wants to hear that shit. Nobody wants to hear that shit. People want to be able to practice their religion without you fucking judging them, without you giving them a fucking headache, without them having to hear the adhan. They don't want to hear it, bro. This ain't your country. Sorry. Go to a Muslim country if you want that shit. There's plenty of them. There's like 50. And a lot of them are clean and safe.
I said, wait a second. These people treated you in all of your burns. They saved your life, and you'd want to blow them up. And she goes, absolutely. Wafa had been a woman in Gaza. She had pulled a pot of boiling water over herself when she was like 5 or 6 years old. The Israelis treat most of the people out of Gaza who have really catastrophic medical injuries. She goes back to Gaza after being treated for 4 or 5 years in Israel. She gets recruited to be a suicide bomber. And she'd been given 3 target options by the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade: a bus, a cafe, or the hospital that had treated her and saved her life. She chose the hospital that had treated her and saved her life. She gets to the checkpoint. They discover that she has...
I want Donald Trump to come in there with the National Guard, because if they clean up the crime, Chicago will lose $800 million in federal funding for crime programs. That's why they don't want Donald Trump there. It's all about the money. All you